What if Deku was never quirkless, and instead was born with Endeavor's terrifying fire? But there's a twist. Unlike Shoto, Izuku's body was never made to handle both fire and ice safely. Every time he uses his power, he risks destroying himself from the inside. And the more he grows stronger, the closer he gets to a transformation Hero Society has never seen before. In this video, I've divided the full story into 7 chapters so you can follow Deku's journey step by step, from a boy cursed by his own quirk to the birth of something far beyond hellfire. So, before we begin, make sure to like, subscribe, and share. And let's get into the story.
Chapter 1. The Wrong Fire. Izuku Midoriya's first memory of a hero was not a person. It was a sound. A laugh, huge and bright, bursting from the speakers of a cheap tablet while evening sunlight turned his bedroom wall gold. He was 4 years old, small enough that his knees made sharp little mountains under his blanket, and he sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the screen like it was an altar. All Might was on the news again. Even at that age, Izuku knew the rhythm of those broadcasts. The shaky camera, the screaming civilians, the villain too large or too strange or too certain of victory, and then the shift in the air when the #1 hero arrived, like the whole world had remembered how to breathe. All good, All Might declared from the tablet, smiling with impossible confidence. Because I am here, Izuku laughed, not because the line was funny, but because it made his chest feel too full. He always laughed when he saw All Might. It was the only thing his body seemed to know how to do with that amount of joy. He leaned closer, green eyes wide, freckles bright against cheeks still rounded with childhood. His fingers spread toward the screen without thinking, toward the towering shape of the hero, as if closeness alone might allow some of that certainty to reach him. "I want to be like that," he whispered. The words were soft. The fire was not. It exploded from his right palm in a sudden roaring jet, bright orange at the core and white near the base, so hot it seemed to punch the air apart. It struck the wall above his desk and turned the paint black in an instant. The corner of the wooden bookshelf sagged and began to smoke. The curtain nearest the desk flared up so quickly it looked like paper catching candlelight. Izuku screamed, not from pain. From shock, the tablet clattered backward. All Might's voice became static and noise. For one impossible second, he stared at his own hand, at the living fire pouring from it, and his mind failed to understand what his eyes were seeing. Quirks were supposed to come with celebration, with doctor appointments and proud parents and videos and tears, and the sentence every child waited for, "You have a quirk." Instead, there was the smell of burning fabric and melting plastic, and his own frightened breath coming too fast. The bedroom door slammed open. Midoriya crossed the room in a panic so immediate it seemed to erase the distance between them. She didn't stop to think. She tore the burning curtain down with both hands and stamped the flames into the floor with the heel of her slipper. The bookshelf crackled. Smoke rolled along the ceiling. "Izuku!" she shouted. He was still holding out his right hand. The fire had already vanished. That somehow made it worse. Because if it had kept burning, if there had been some visible cause still present in the room, then maybe his brain could have named what had happened. But there was only destruction and heat, and his tiny trembling fingers held out in front of him as though they belonged to someone else. Inko dropped to her knees and pulled him into her arms so hard he almost lost his balance. He could feel her shaking. "Mom," he said into her shirt, voice cracking, "I didn't mean to, I know." Her voice was high with fear. "I know, baby, I know." He wanted to ask if that had been his quirk. He wanted to ask if it was supposed to look like that. He wanted to ask why she sounded scared instead of happy. But the room smelled wrong. The wall was black. The bookshelf was ruined. His mother's palms were red where she had grabbed the burning fabric, and for the first time in his life, Izuku understood that something could be both miraculous and terrifying. The doctor's office the next morning was too clean. Izuku sat on the examination table with his feet not quite reaching the floor, swinging just enough that the paper sheet beneath him crackled every few seconds. His right hand rested in his lap. He kept looking at it when he thought no one was watching. The specialist was an older man with narrow glasses and the kind of neutral expression adults wore when they wanted to seem calm, but had already decided what the situation meant. He had run scan after scan circulatory imaging, thermal pathway mapping, quirk factor analysis while humming softly to himself. The humming bothered Izuku more than anything else. People weren't supposed to hum while discussing the most important thing in a child's life. Well, the specialist said at last, turning a monitor slightly so Inko could see. It's rare but not unprecedented. Inko gripped the strap of her bag. What is it? Izuku looked between them, silent. The doctor adjusted his glasses. Your son has inherited 2 temperature-oriented quirk factors of significant potency. The first is obvious. He tapped a highlighted region on the scan. A high-output pyrokinesis line. Strong, exceptionally strong, in fact. The genetic markers match a branch connected to the Todoroki family record. Inko frowned. The Todoroki? Yes, specifically the Fireside lineage, the same broad family profile as the current number 2 hero. Izuku's breath caught. Even at 4, the name Endeavour meant something. Television had done that. All children knew the top heroes. All children compared them. All children argued on playgrounds about which one they'd rather be rescued by. He should have felt thrilled. Instead, he watched his mother's face get paler. The second quirk factor, the doctor continued, tapping another region, is cryokinetic. Less obvious because it has not yet fully manifested in outward expression, but quite clear in the scans. A frost-based inheritance line. This appears to come from a maternal branch. Inko blinked. My side! A less documented branch, but yes. Izuku looked from the doctor to the screen and then back again, trying to keep up. So, I have fire, he said carefully, and ice. The doctor smiled in the distracted way adults smiled when a child had technically understood the right words without yet understanding the problem. In simple terms, yes. Izuku waited for the good part, the part where the doctor said that was amazing, the part where his mother cried because she was proud, the part where somebody told him he could become a hero. Instead, the doctor's tone flattened. The issue is not what he inherited. The issue is how his body is built to manage it. He enlarged the scan. Thin, glowing lines webbed through an image of Izuku's torso and arms. In some dual-factor cases, the body develops distinct partitioning structures. Separate thermal channels, redundant buffering tissue, specialized regulation. He paused. Your son does not appear to have any of that. Inko stared at the screen. I don't understand. He has both systems, the doctor said, but they are using the same internal pathways. They compete for circulatory space. Pyrokinetic output elevates tissue temperature across the same structures the cryokinetic output would need to cool. Cryokinetic activation would force an abrupt countershock through tissue already stressed by heat. Using one aggressively is dangerous. Using both together? He let the sentence hang a beat too long. Would likely result in severe internal damage, possibly organ failure. Silence. Izuku did not understand all the words. He understood enough. His right hand closed into a fist. What do you mean? Inko asked, and her voice had gone thin. How dangerous? The doctor shrugged with clinical precision. That depends on output, duration, and frequency. Short, low-intensity single-channel usage may be manageable with training. Simultaneous dual-channel activation is medically inadvisable. At his age, I would classify it as an emergency event. Izuku swallowed. So I can't use both. The doctor looked at him then, finally giving the question the attention it deserved. Not safely. But, Izuku stared down at his shoes, but some people have 2 things. Yes. Then why can't I? There was no cruelty in the answer. That made it worse. Because their bodies were built for it, the specialist said. Yours was not. On the way home, the city looked the same. That offended him. People crossed streets. A woman bought groceries. A delivery truck rattled past. Somewhere a television through an open apartment window blared a hero commentary show. The sky was ordinary. The pavement was ordinary. Everything kept being ordinary while Izuku sat in the back seat and learned that what should have been his miracle had come with conditions. At a red light, Inko looked at him in the mirror. Her smile was gentle and exhausted and trying very hard not to be afraid. "We'll be careful," she said. Izuku nodded because that seemed like what a good son would do. That night he stood in the bathroom with the light off and held his right hand over the sink. Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing. He stared at his fingers until his eyes hurt, then braced himself and imagined the wall turning black, imagined the curtain catching, imagined All Might saying, "I am here," and something in him reaching too hard toward it a flicker. A tiny burst of orange no larger than a match head danced between his knuckles and vanished. Izuku inhaled sharply. There it was, proof, not a dream, not a mistake, not a single bad accident. He could do it, which meant he could hurt people with it. The thought lodged deeper than the excitement ever had. From then on, secrecy became habit before he was old enough to name it. He learned quickly that fire wanted emotion. Excitement brought sparks. Panic brought heat. Frustration made his fingertips glow. Fear sometimes made the skin of his right forearm feel feverish from the inside, as though the quirk were gathering behind bone and muscle waiting for the nearest crack in his self-control. Ice was different. Ice was quiet. It did not arrive with spectacle. It announced itself through wrongness. The sudden numbness in 2 fingers on his left hand after a stressful day. Frost feathers blooming across the inside of a window he had leaned against too long. The strange pale burn along his wrist when he woke from a nightmare and found the bedsheet stiff with cold where his hand had clenched. The first time he consciously used it, he thought he had broken himself. He was 7 and kneeling by the small desk in his room, taking apart an old hero figure to see how the movable joints worked. A spark had leapt from his right hand and singed the edge of one of his notebooks. He reacted without thinking, snatching with his left hand, desperate to put it out before the smell reached the hallway. The flame died. So did the feeling in his fingers. A thin coat of white spread over the paper, then over the edge of the desk, frost tracing the wood grain in crystalline veins. Izuku jerked backward so fast he tipped the chair over. His left hand ached with cold so sharp it felt hot. He wrapped it in a towel and ran warm water over his fingers for 20 minutes. Teeth clenched the entire time so his mother wouldn't hear him. He did not tell her. Not because he thought she would be angry, because she already looked worried whenever he was too quiet. Because every doctor visit ended with more instructions and more warnings and more adults speaking around him like his body was a problem to be managed instead of a future to be built. Because if fire made people tense and ice made them afraid, then maybe the best thing he could do was become easy. Small, careful, less trouble. He failed at that almost immediately. By the time he was 10, Izuku had developed a private system. Notebook 1, fire incidents. Notebook 2, cold incidents. Notebook 3, questions. He kept them hidden beneath a loose floorboard under his bed, alongside bandages, burn cream, packets of electrolyte powder, and 2 cheap instant cold packs he'd bought from a convenience store with saved coin money, because he had realized, with miserable irony, that sometimes the easiest way to treat accidental frost damage was not more ice. Every page was neat. Right palm ignition after emotional spike duration approx. 1.2 sec. Left finger's numbness after stress plus low room temp possible pre-activation signal hypothesis. Fire likes momentum. Ice likes stillness. Question. Can one be used to stop the other, or does that just make everything worse? He never wrote the real question. Am I broken? He didn't need to. It sat beneath every entry anyway. Middle school made everything harder, not because of Bakugo. Bakugo made most things louder, but not harder. The real difficulty was watching other children grow into their quirks with the shamelessness of people whose bodies obeyed them. A classmate could produce a harmless electrical buzz, and the whole room would clap. Another could stretch his fingers strangely far and get cold cool. Somebody else manifested a mild camouflage ability, and everyone wanted to test it against the classroom wall. Izuku smiled and took notes and asked questions like he always did, because even before Yue existed as a destination in his mind, heroes and quirks fascinated him too much to look away. But fascination was not the same as ease. When people asked about his quirk, he learned to answer selectively. "I can make fire," he would say, because that was visible and simple. If they asked how much, he shrugged. If they asked whether it hurt, he laughed too quickly. If they asked whether he could do anything else, he shook his head and changed the subject. The lie became easier with repetition. The truth became heavier. Sometimes, late at night, he would stand at his bedroom window and watch the city breathe beneath him. Traffic lines, neon signs, the glow from hero billboards. Somewhere out there, pro-heroes used their gifts in full view of the world. They didn't hide their hands after every activation. They didn't wrap their wrists in gauze before school and pretend they'd bumped into a shelf. They didn't calculate how many seconds they could afford to be themselves before their body sent the bill. One evening, after a televised interview with All Might ended, Izuku sat at his desk and wrote in the margin of a page already crowded with observations. Heroes smile like power is freedom. What if power feels like a trap? Can you still be a hero if every victory costs too much? He stared at the question a long time. Then he underlined hero. Yue stopped being a fantasy the year he realized careful control was not going to make life safer forever. He was 14 when a kitchen accident nearly took 2 fingers off his mother's left hand, not because of the knife. Because he had been startled. Inko had dropped a plate. It shattered. He spun at the sound. His right hand ignited hard enough to flash boil the water in the sink. Steam burst upward. Inko recoiled with a cry, and Izuku killed the flame immediately, but the metal faucet remained glowing red for several terrible seconds. Afterward, he sat on the bathroom floor nauseous, while his left arm went numb from shoulder to wrist in a delayed compensation response. His skin turned pale. Frost spread in branching patterns beneath the surface, not visible enough for anyone else to notice, but there. Real. His body was fighting itself, not someday, now. That was the night he stopped dreaming vaguely and started training specifically. He couldn't become All Might. The doctor had killed that fantasy years ago, even if he had never meant to. There would be no stockpiled, overwhelming force for Izuku Midoriya. No body built to contain excess. No smiling through impact and trusting durability to solve the rest. If he wanted to be a hero, he had to become a technician of his own survival. He began running before school, push-ups at night, core work in the tiny space between bed and dresser, grip training with cheap resistance bands, breathing drills. Then quirk work, always alone, always measured. Fire first. He learned that low output through 2 fingers hurt less than a full palm release. That short bursts were safer than sustained jets. That stepping with activation reduced the strain on his shoulder because the movement gave the heat somewhere to go. That aiming downward let him create brief propulsion, but only if he accepted the blistering afterward. Ice remained worse. It did not obey under pressure. It surfaced as reflex, not command. So he studied the conditions that invited it. Slowed breathing, lowered heart rate, stillness, narrowed focus. He practiced with cups of water left on the windowsill at night, trying to lower the temperature around them by fractions instead of forcing a visible freeze. Sometimes he managed a skin of frost. More often he managed nothing and then woke the next morning with aching knuckles and numb fingertips. He kept going, because every week the gap between himself and everyone built for power seemed to widen, because Yue was coming. Because if he entered with only theory and fear, the school would see through him in 5 minutes. The morning of the entrance exam, Inko packed too much food. Izuku noticed because she always did that when she was afraid. Rice balls wrapped more carefully than usual. A bottle of water with electrolytes, a soft packet of cooling gel just in case that she tried to tuck into his bag casually and failed. "Mom," he said, smiling despite himself. "What?" she said too quickly. He held up the cooling pack. She looked away. "Maybe it'll be useful." He set it back in the bag. "Okay." At the door, she fixed his tie twice even though it didn't need fixing. "You don't have to prove everything today," she said. He almost laughed. Of course he did. That was exactly what today was. The exam grounds were chaos before the gates even opened. Hundreds of applicants. Voices layered over engine noise, nervous laughter, metal clatter, footsteps. Quirks flashing in harmless demonstrations despite the staff's repeated requests to stop showing off. Izuku stood among them with his hands in his pockets and tried to slow his breathing. This was it, every notebook, every stolen practice session, every burn dressed in secret, every frostbite scare. Every careful lie, all of it had narrowed into one day. The written test passed in a blur, the practical did not. The cityscape simulation opened like a trap. The moment present Mike shouted the start, everyone exploded outward into motion. Some launched themselves with quirks built for mobility. Some smashed straight through alleyways toward the nearest robot signatures. Some formed quick alliances. Others hunted alone. Izuku ran. He did not charge the biggest machines. He had already decided that would be suicidal. Instead, he moved through side lanes and watched patterns, identified clusters, waited for opportunities where another applicant's distraction created a clean angle. His first target was a one-pointer pin trying to stand after colliding with rubble. Izuku braced, extended 2 fingers of his right hand, and released a compressed burst of fire. The shot struck the machine's torso seam and split it apart in a spray of sparks. Pain lanced up his wrist immediately. 1 point. He kept moving. A 2-pointer rounded the corner too fast. Izuku ducked, planted his right hand toward the pavement, and ignited. The burst shoved him sideways just enough to avoid the initial charge. He rolled, came up coughing, and drove a second blast into the robot's leg joint. It collapsed. Another candidate finished it with a hardening strike and shouted thanks as he passed. Izuku nodded breathlessly, already scanning. He was not the strongest person here. He knew that. So he became the one who noticed fastest, collapsed signage about to fall on 3 examinees. A burst to cut the support point before it crushed them. A trapped girl with her ankle wedged under debris while a 1-pointer closed. Izuku melted the machine's sensor head and used a strip of bent metal as leverage to free her foot, a blind corner where 2 applicants nearly ran into each other while chasing the same target. He shouted first. They adjusted. Nobody got hurt. Rescue, reposition, assist, burn, breathe, move. For a few brief minutes, it worked. Then the 0-pointer came. The ground trembled before he saw it. A deep metallic impact, rhythmic and obscene, like the city itself had developed a heartbeat too big for human scale. Applicants began changing direction all at once. Some fled in panic. Some froze. Some stared upward at the machine rising behind the mock buildings, its massive frame blotting out sunlight in jagged pieces. Izuku's stomach dropped. He had known about the 0-pointer in theory. UA. Always used a giant threat to flush the field, to test instinct under pressure, to separate fighters from rescuers. Knowing was not the same as standing 20 meters from the shadow of one. He should have run. He almost did. Then he heard screaming from the collapsed convenience store facade to his left, 3 students. One pinned beneath a slab of broken concrete, one trying and failing to move it. One with blood running down the side of his face, too dazed to stand. The 0-pointer turned. Not toward the loudest crowd, toward them. Izuku moved before he finished deciding. He sprinted across broken pavement and dropped beside the trapped student. "Can you feel your legs?" I think so. Good, don't move yet." The slab was too heavy to lift cleanly. He could blast it maybe, but if the fire spread wrong or the concrete shattered inward, the 0-pointer took another step. No time. Izuku thrust out his right hand and ignited at full force. Hellfire roared from his palm, brighter and larger than anything he had ever produced in practice. A concentrated jet that struck the underside of the slab and blew chunks of heated stone away from the trapped student's torso. For 8 seconds, He felt powerful. Then his body answered. The temperature spike hit him like a hammer from inside. His chest tightened. Vision swam. A violent cold surged through his left arm without permission, as though the ice channel had panicked at the heat and slammed awake to counterbalance it. His left shoulder locked first, then his elbow. Then his hand went white, not pale. White. Frost raced over the skin in branching patterns. He felt nothing from the elbow down. Izuku staggered sideways, choking on air. No, the fire died. The slab had shifted enough. "Pull him out," he shouted, voice raw. The other conscious student grabbed the trapped one under the arms and dragged him free. Izuku tried to help with his left hand and almost fell because the arm was dead weight, rigid and useless. 40 seconds, some part of his brain thought distantly, maybe less, maybe more, doesn't matter. Move. The zero-pointer's foot crashed down where they had been half a second earlier. Izuku shoved the dazed student with his good arm, taking the impact of falling debris across his own shoulder instead. Pain lit his spine. He ignored it. This way. They stumbled through the alley, the machine tearing open the mock storefront behind them. One of the students began crying from shock. Another kept apologizing as though getting trapped had been rude. Izuku's lungs burned. His right hand felt flayed. His left arm remained numb and stiff, white at the fingertips, slow to thaw, but they were moving. That was enough. Ahead, a safer route opened toward the evacuation boundary. Other applicants were already pouring through. Faculty drones zipped overhead, recording everything. Somewhere beyond the simulation walls, teachers were watching. Izuku didn't think about scores. He thought about distance, 5 more meters. 10, the student with the head wound stumbled. Izuku caught him with his working arm and nearly went down under the added weight. "Sorry," the student gasped. "Don't be," Izuku said through clenched teeth. They reached the safe zone as alarms shifted tone. End of exam, medical staff swept in. Recovery personnel guided the injured away. The trapped student kept trying to thank Izuku while trembling so hard his teeth clicked. Izuku sat on the curb because his legs had finally decided they were done. His right hand had blistered across the palm. Angry red tissue shone beneath torn skin. His left arm was thawing badly, sensation returning in needles and stabs. When he touched the back of his fingers, pain bit deep enough to make his eyes water. He looked at both hands and felt something close to laughter and nowhere near happiness. So that was his ceiling. 8 seconds, a rescue and a shutdown. Across the field, other applicants were celebrating or groaning or comparing robot counts. The air felt bright with other people's futures. Izuku lowered his head. Maybe he had passed on rescue points. Maybe not. Maybe UA would see a reckless kid whose body nearly betrayed him under pressure and decide that no amount of good intention justified the liability. He would not even have the right to call that unfair. High above the exam grounds, unseen by the students below, All Might stood in the observation area and did not speak for a long moment. Nezu had already moved on to discussing statistical outliers. The other observers had their own notes. But Toshinori Yagi remained still, replaying one image in his mind. A boy with a burned right hand and a frozen left arm, still dragging other children out of danger. Not a symbol, not a finished weapon, not even a particularly stable candidate. Just a kid who kept moving after his own body turned against him. Interesting, Toshinori thought, and troubling, he did not go down to speak to him. He did not summon him aside. He did not offer anything. Some instincts were too important to rush. That night, Izuku sat at his desk in the dark with only his lamp on. The apartment was quiet. His mother had cried when she saw his hands, then tried not to let him notice. He had smiled and said it looked worse than it was. That had been partly true. The right hand was wrapped in burn gauze. The left was bandaged for frost treatment. He stared at them for a very long time. On the desk before him lay a fresh hero analysis notebook. The cover was plain. The first page blank. He opened it carefully. The paper waited. Outside, traffic murmured. Somewhere down the street, somebody laughed. A television in another apartment carried the distant muffled cadence of a hero talk show analyzing the UA exam like the day had been entertainment instead of judgment. Izuku picked up his pen. At the top of the page, he wrote, "What is my fighting style?" Then he stopped, because fire was not a style. Ice was not a style. Survive your own body long enough to help somebody was not a style either, no matter how accurate it felt. He looked at the question until the words blurred. He had inherited two legacies and neither fit inside him cleanly. He could not become All Might. He could not become Endeavour. He could not become the kind of hero whose quirk came first and whose cost came later, because for him the cost arrived at the same moment as the power. His right hand ached with heat memory. His left throbbed with cold. Between them, somewhere, there had to be a way forward that belonged to him and not to the bloodlines that had made him. Izuku lowered the pen. For tonight there was no answer, only the question, and for the first time in a long time he let that be enough. He closed the notebook halfway, not all the way, and sat there in the lamplight with both hands bandaged and both futures uncertain. In the silence, his gaze drifted to the tablet on the edge of his desk. The cracked one. The same one that had played All Might's laugh years ago, just before his room had filled with smoke. Its screen was dark now. His reflection stared back at him faintly in the glass, not helpless, not finished, just unresolved. Izuku looked at his own face, then at the half-open notebook, then at his hands again. "What is my fighting style?" he whispered to the empty room. No answer came. But somewhere beneath the pain, beneath the fear, beneath the humiliation of barely passing and the terror of maybe not passing at all, something smaller and harder remained. Not confidence, not yet. Determination, stripped down to its frame. If his power was wrong, then he would learn its rules. If his body was flawed, then he would build around the flaw. If the style did not exist, then he would invent it. The thought did not warm him, it steadied him. Izuku reached out and touched the page once with the tip of the pen, a promise without words, then finally closed the notebook. On the cover, in small, neat handwriting, he wrote, UA. Note start. Then he set it aside, turned off the lamp, and sat in the dark a few seconds longer before getting ready for bed. Tomorrow there would still be pain. Tomorrow there would still be no answer. Tomorrow his hands would still belong to two different disasters, but tomorrow had not beaten him yet, and that, for now, would have to be enough. Chapter 2. Combat Language of Scars. The acceptance letter arrived on a Tuesday. Izuku knew the date because he had written it 3 times in 3 different notebooks before the hologram had even finished playing. UA, high school, accepted. He had passed, not by overwhelming force, not by dramatic combat totals, not by some impossible last-second miracle that rewrote the laws of his own body. He had passed because the school had seen what he did when the situation became more dangerous than his quirk was stable enough to handle. Rescue points. He had guessed that might be the reason. He had not allowed himself to believe it until the letter said yes. Inko cried. Again. This time they were not frightened tears. They were still sharp and overwhelmed and too close to the edge for comfort, but they had joy in them. She held him so tightly he could barely breathe, laughing and apologizing and crying at the same time, while the tiny All Might projection from the acceptance device boomed congratulations into the apartment with theatrical enthusiasm. Izuku laughed too. And then, after the excitement softened and his mother went to call a relative and tell them the news, he returned to his room, shut the door, and sat down at his desk. The new notebook waited where he had left it, the one with the unanswered question on the first page. What is my fighting style? UA had accepted him. The question had only become more urgent, because now it was not enough to survive entrance exams. Now he had to survive education designed to sharpen the gifts of people whose bodies were not trying to tear themselves apart from the inside. He opened the notebook and wrote beneath the question for the first time. Current answer. I don't know yet. What I do know: 1. I cannot copy other heroes. 2. I cannot afford wasted movement. 3. Every technique has to reduce strain, not just increase output. 4. Limitation is not temporary. Build around it. He stared at line 4 for a while, then he underlined it twice. The first day of UA smelled like new floors, metal polish, anxiety, and ambition. Every hallway seemed too clean, every classroom too bright, every student too certain of themselves, even the nervous ones. Confidence came in different flavors, Izuku realized quickly. Some carried it loudly, like Bakugo, who walked through the front gates like he had every right to assume the building existed primarily to test him. Others carried it quietly. Yaoyorozu's posture was a kind of confidence. Iida's precision was confidence. Todoroki's silence was confidence so complete it did not need decoration. Izuku arrived early enough to stand outside Class 1A's door for a full 30 seconds, pretending to review the room number, even though he already knew it. He had imagined this moment for years, not the exact people, perhaps, not the exact fluorescent lights or the precise angle of the afternoon sun cutting across the hallway windows. But this general shape of it, the doorway to the future. The point after which wanting to be a hero stopped being private and began becoming public work. When he stepped inside, conversation shifted around him, not silence, not quite, but recognition. Some of them knew him from the entrance exam. Some likely knew his name from the published accepted roster. Some were simply performing the instant social calculations every student performs when placed in a room full of possible allies, rivals, and unknown threats. Bakugo glanced at him once, then away, expression unreadable. That more than shouting would have made Izuku uneasy. He took a seat. He noticed everything. Yaoyorozu's posture, composed, observant. Iida's hands, already organized on the desk as if prepared for instruction before the teacher arrived. Todoroki's stare out the window, not detached exactly, but focused inward on some private weather. Kirishima's restless energy, open, immediate, impossible to mistake. Gyro tapping one earphone jack lightly against the desk. Asui sitting with perfect ease, like she had been dropped into a strange new environment and simply accepted it faster than everyone else. It was all useful. Useful meant comforting. Then the teacher entered in a yellow sleeping bag. Aizawa Shota looked less like a hero than the aftermath of one. He emerged from the cocoon of fabric with an expression that suggested consciousness itself had disappointed him, blinked slowly at the room and said, "It took 8 seconds for all of you to settle down. Too long." The class snapped to attention with the reflexive guilt of high-achieving students confronted by a professional disappointment artist. "Welcome to UA," he said flatly. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa. Put these on and meet me outside." He tossed a stack of athletic uniforms onto the nearest desk. No orientation, no speech about dreams, no welcoming ceremony. Izuku felt oddly relieved. Grand speeches would have made this feel fragile. Aizawa made it feel real. The Quirk assessment test started brutally and stayed there. 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, stamina drills, flexibility. Explosive movement, every event carried the same underlying message. Your quirk is not a magic trick. It is part of your body. If one fails, the other cannot be absent. Izuku understood that principle intellectually before Aizawa ever said it aloud. Understanding it while living inside his specific body was another matter. The first signs of trouble appeared during the sprint. At low output, fire-based propulsion through the feet and calves could make up for his still-developing raw speed. He had practiced versions of it in secret, though never on polished school surfaces and never with so many eyes watching. Too much force risked loss of balance. Too little wasted energy without producing measurable benefit. He had seconds to calculate. He chose a conservative burst. The starting signal sounded. Izuku lunged forward and ignited 2 rapid pulses from the back of his shoes, barely visible but enough to sharpen acceleration. For the first 20 meters, it worked. Then the heat climbed too quickly into his right side. He overcorrected instinctively, shifted weight left to reduce strain, and finished respectably rather than spectacularly. Not a disaster. Not enough. He wrote the time down mentally anyway. Everything mattered. Grip strength was worse. His right hand still outperformed his left even at baseline, but the moment he activated low-level thermal tension to improve output, the muscle fatigue came faster than expected. Heat changed his leverage in tiny ways. Ice-side compensation in the left forearm made that arm feel oddly hollow, as though the strength inside it belonged to someone standing a step behind his skin. He finished, recorded the result internally, and did not let himself grimace. Then came the ball throw. Aizawa's yellow eyes tracked every student with the same deadened intensity, as though he were not judging personalities or potential in the abstract, but identifying operational facts. Who relied too much on spectacle? Who overestimated control? Who treated physical strain like an imaginary problem? When it was Izuku's turn, the ball in his hand felt much heavier than it should have. He understood the simple answer. Use fire, not too much, enough to amplify the throw. Keep the output directional and brief. Do not let the quirk bloom across the whole arm. Do not chase maximum distance at the cost of visible instability. This was not the place to reveal how bad the internal conflict could get, but UA was not a place built to reward hesitation either. He inhaled, threw. A clean burst of fire snapped from his right hand at the point of release, driving the ball farther with a sharp tail of orange light. The class watched the readout climb, better than average, not elite. His palm burned immediately. A thin, angry line of red traced across the base of his thumb where the friction and heat had concentrated. He tucked the hand behind his back before anyone could study it too closely. Aizawa said. That was all. Yet somehow it felt like being opened with a knife and examined. The real humiliation came during the individual combat readiness drill. Aizawa paired short burst movement, evasion, and close distance neutralization as the focus. Students had to cross a marked zone, disable a drone, and retreat under simulated counterfire. Quirk use allowed. Physical competence expected. Izuku studied the lane and realized at once that his usual method, think first, improvise second, would only carry him so far. He crossed the opening stretch well enough. A low propulsion burst, a slide behind cover, a quick reposition. Then Aizawa stepped to the side of the course, lifted his goggles, and activated erasure. The effect on Izuku was immediate and disorienting. Where fire lived in him as pressure and dangerous readiness, the sudden absence of it felt like an organ had been removed. He stumbled. Not because the quirk was essential to standing, because he had unconsciously built timing around its existence, tiny compensations, hidden expectations, a readiness to spend heat for speed when needed. Gone, the drone pivoted. He reacted late. The simulated impact round struck his shoulder plate. Point loss. He corrected, rushed the angle physically, reached the drone, and nearly misjudged the strike because the habits he had built around quirk-assisted movement left holes in his non-quirk transitions. He disabled the target slower than most of the class would have. On retreat, a second simulated hit tagged his leg. By the time Aizawa ended erasure, the run was unsalvageable. Izuku stood there breathing hard, not from exertion but from the cold exposure of the lesson. Without his quirk, he was not just weaker. He was unfinished. Aizawa let the silence sit. Important lesson, he said to the class. If your quirk disappears and so does your combat language, you were never speaking a complete language to begin with. The words landed everywhere. They hit Izuku hardest. Bakugo scoffed, but there was a tension underneath it. Ida frowned thoughtfully. Yaoyorozu's expression sharpened with the interest of someone already revising a theory. Todoroki's eyes rested briefly on Izuku, then moved on, a fighter with no language. That was what it felt like, not helpless. Helpless implied blankness. This was worse. This was partial literacy mistaken for fluency until someone removed the one word you knew best. At lunch, the discussion began whether Izuku wanted it to or not cruelty. Not gossip. UA students were too hungry for useful information to waste a mystery this obvious. You have some sort of temperature regulation quirk, right? Yaoyorozu asked with her usual disarming directness as several of them gathered near the classroom windows. Your output profile during the ball throw and sprint suggests heat generation, but your recovery posture favored your left side, which usually implies compensatory strain. Ida adjusted his glasses. It did appear medically concerning. You need not answer if it is private, Midoriya, but if we are to train together, understanding broad categories of limitation may improve safety. Izuku held his lunchbox a little tighter. He could lie, but lies at UA would not hold. Not in this room, not with people this observant. Not with a teacher like Aizawa likely already aware of more than he had ever said aloud. He swallowed. It's a dual temperature quirk, fire and ice. That got the reaction he expected, surprise, interest, quick glances, then the second part, but my body can't handle both safely. Not together. He forced himself to keep going before he lost the nerve. I don't have whatever structural thing people like Todoroki have that lets the channels stay separate. Mine overlap. If I push both at the same time, it can cause internal damage. Silence, not pity. Worse and better, serious consideration. Yaoyorozu spoke first. Competing thermal pathways. Izuku blinked. Yes, she nodded once. Then your issue is not power scarcity, it is system conflict. That sounds right, he said weakly. Ida's face tightened with concern. Surely UA. Medical staff are aware. They are now, Izuku said. From across the room, Bakugo said nothing. He wasn't pretending not to listen. He was listening with complete focus and absolute stillness, which for Bakugo was more unnerving than yelling. Aizawa chose that moment to walk in, take one look at the room, and say, Midoriya, Recovery Girl wants to see you after classes. Of course she did. Recovery Girl's office smelled faintly of antiseptic, tea, and old patients. The small elderly woman reviewed his scans with the expression of someone reading a very irritating instruction manual written by nature itself. You're lucky, she said. Izuku sat straighter on the examination bed. Lucky? Yes, lucky. The kind of internal stress pattern you're showing could have been much worse from the entrance exam stunt. She tapped a printout. Minor circulatory inflammation, repeated thermal stress across shared pathways, residual tissue irritation in the right arm, cold rebound strain in the left. She peered at him over her glasses. You've had incidents before. It was not phrased as a question. Izuku looked away. Some. How many dual-channel activations? He hesitated too long. Recovery Girl sighed. You children always think honesty arrives fully formed if stared at long enough. Number. Not many, he said. A few accidents, maybe. Number, boy. 3, he admitted. 3 meaningful incidents? Yes, she set the papers down. Then listen carefully. 3 more accidental dual-channel activations at the kind of strain your scans suggest, and permanent circulatory damage becomes a real possibility. Izuku felt the air leave him, not dramatically, not as a gasp, just absence. Recovery Girl's voice stayed level. That means chronic nerve issues? Loss of fine control, reduced oxygen delivery, possibly worse if you panic and stack injuries. He stared at his bandaged left wrist. I understand. No, she said. You understand the words. I need you to understand the consequence. You are not dealing with the usual heroic nonsense of fractures and overexertion. Those heal. Repeated internal thermal conflict is the kind of problem that stays. Her gaze softened a fraction. You've been teaching yourself not to die with power most adults would misuse in a week. That deserves respect, but respect does not replace restraint. Izuku nodded slowly. 3 more. He wrote the number in his mind like a countdown. That night he did not sleep. He sat at his desk with medical printouts, class notes, self-made diagrams, and 4 open notebooks spread around him like the remains of a failed strategy meeting. He wrote until the lines blurred. Problem is not insufficient output. Problem is sustained output. Problem is not inability to use fire. Problem is heat accumulation. Problem is not inability to use ice. Problem is reflexive instability plus whiplash after heat. Direct dual use remains prohibited. Need technique that lowers buildup per action. He stopped and stared at the last sentence. Lower build-up per action, not stronger, safer. Every hero video he had loved as a child glorified maximums. Bigger flames, bigger punches, more decisive finishing force, power as scale, power as visible dominance, but his body punished scale, so what if the answer was fragmentation? The thought sat there, incomplete but alive. Over the next week, UA became a blur of instruction and inadequacy. Combat theory classes, rescue procedure lectures, ethics discussions, physical conditioning, tactical observation. Izuku loved almost all of it and hated the part where loving it made the gap more visible. Everyone had weaknesses. UA made that impossible to ignore. Kaminari could fry his own brain if he overdischarged. Aoyama's naval laser caused stomach pain. Uraraka got nauseous with overuse. Kirishima's hardening had a limit. Bakugo's explosions were temperature and sweat dependent. Todoroki's ice caused self-cooling if he relied on it too heavily. Weaknesses everywhere. The difference was that most of those weaknesses appeared after meaningful use. Izuku's appeared during the planning stage, so he watched. He studied not just quirks but rhythm. How Bakugo initiated with pressure before power. How Iida's engine bursts were measured in lanes and timing, not just speed. How Todoroki controlled space by forcing the field to answer his quirk. How Yaoyorozu thought 3 moves ahead before creating anything. Aizawa's words would not leave him alone. If your quirk disappears, and so does your combat language. He needed language, not a collection of emergency tricks, a language. The breakthrough arrived from a documentary he had not intended to watch. It was late. He was exhausted. He had meant to review recorded combat footage, but the streaming Q Auto played a nature segment, instead something about pollination, aerial migration, and the mechanics of extremely small creatures doing impossible things. A hummingbird filled the screen. Its wings moved too fast for the naked eye to interpret cleanly, not a smooth motion. A violent sequence of tiny bursts so rapid that continuity became illusion. The narrator explained airflow, lift generation, burst mechanics, how no single wingbeat mattered as much as the cumulative pattern, how what looked like sustained hovering was actually thousands of micro-actions executed with perfect timing. Izuku froze. Then he rewound the segment, watched again. Heat accumulation was a problem of duration. What if movement didn't require duration? He was out of his chair before the thought finished forming. The training room after hours was colder than the classroom and half lit by emergency strips along the walls. UA permitted limited independent practice under certain rules, and Izuku had already made himself familiar with the sign-out process because he trusted unsupervised thinking less when it happened inside his dorm room at 2 in the morning. He stood on the marked floor and held his right hand low. "Okay," he whispered to no one. "Not a jet, not sustain, just a spark." He cut it. Another, cut it faster. Then he shifted the point of ignition downward through the calf and ankle instead of the palm, braced, and triggered a burst so short it barely registered visually. His body lurched half a step forward. No immediate pain. Izuku's eyes widened again. Another burst, this time a little longer. Too long. Heat climbed into the shin and knee fast enough to warn him off. He stopped, wrote down the count, adjusted milliseconds. That became the obsession, not seconds. Milliseconds. He borrowed timing software from the support lab under a vague pretense about reflex drills. He mapped ignition windows. 50 milliseconds. 40. 60. Which duration produced enough directional impulse to matter without letting the thermal load bloom into dangerous accumulation. Which body angle translated the burst into forward movement rather than visible instability. Which muscle groups needed strengthening to survive repeated start-stop acceleration. For 3 weeks, he lived inside those questions. Class by day, private iteration by night. He burned through shoes. Literally. Melted the sole off one pair in a misaligned trial and had to explain the damage to the supply office with a blush and a lie about friction. He ate more because Recovery Girl threatened to report him to Aizawa if he continued running a high-output quirk on an underfed body. He logged everything. Trial 18, 70 ms burst. Too much heat. Trial 22, 45 ms X3 chain. Good displacement, poor balance. Trial 31, engage core before ignition. Stability improves. Trial 44, lower visible flame output by narrowing release point. Less telegraphing. Trial 52, cumulative heat reduced approx. 70% vs sustained propulsion attempt of equivalent distance. By the end of the third week, he could cover 20 meters in a sequence of staggered short-range accelerations so abrupt that spectators blinked and lost his exact position. It was not speed in the way Ida's engines produced speed. It was not flashy enough to awe people at first glance. It looked strange, unnatural, like a series of tiny errors in the world's frame rate. Izuku loved it immediately because it was his. Aizawa, of course, noticed the next day. They were running paired mobility drills, nothing formal, just movement through a changing obstacle course while under low-pressure suppression fire from automated turrets. Izuku waited until the right angle presented itself, then used the new method: burst, reset, burst. A sharp stuttering advance through open ground that bypassed the timing of the turrets entirely. He finished the section clean. The class reacted in fragments. Kirishima. Whoa, what was that? Kaminari. Dude, you kinda glitched. Gyro. That looked creepy. Effective, though. Ida. An irregular step pattern fascinating. Bakugo. Silence. Aizawa regarded him for 1 extra second, which counted as dramatic enthusiasm by homeroom teacher standards. Name, he said. Izuku blinked. Sir, the technique. If you're going to keep using it, name it. His face heated. A named move. A real one, not a notebook label, not a private system. A technique acknowledged enough to require operational language. He swallowed. Flicker point. Aizawa looked bored. Fine, improve the deceleration. Then he moved on. Izuku nearly laughed from relief. Flicker point changed everything, and not enough. It reduced thermal buildup dramatically. That mattered. It gave him movement options he had never possessed. That mattered more. For the first time, he could cross distance without committing to a sustained fire output that punished him immediately. But movement alone did not answer the deeper problem. He still had 2 elements and no safe method for letting them coexist. He still treated ice as a liability interrupted only by rare moments of usefulness. The second breakthrough came from not trying to attack. That, in retrospect, should have occurred to him sooner. Direct ice output always tempted overextension. Freeze the target, build a wall, launch a spike. Those were obvious applications, heroic in the simplest sense, and every one of them pushed him toward the dangerous edge where compensatory fire usage or reflexive body conflict became more likely. But low-output environmental change, that was different. It began in an empty training room after class, with a thermometer, a marked circle on the floor, and Izuku sitting cross-legged in the center trying not to shiver. Stillness, he had learned, invited ice more reliably than panic did. Not emotionally still, he was almost never emotionally still, but physically. Narrow focus, slow breath, careful lowering of the room immediately around him rather than forcing the cold through his own arm at aggressive output. He exhaled, watched the digital thermometer, 23 degrees C, again. 1, again. A little frost breathed across the edge of the nearest metal post. Not an attack, an atmosphere. Izuku's eyes widened. He kept going cautiously, maintaining the drop instead of chasing a dramatic number. The air sharpened. His own breath began to mist. The training room floor acquired a slick sheen near the circle's boundary. He stood, flexed his right hand, then triggered a low flicker point burst. The movement felt cleaner. Not because the cold directly strengthened him, but because the environmental conditions reduced the heat bloom around his burst. The flame had less ambient warmth to fight through. The ignition profile stayed narrower, more efficient. He stared at the circle, then at the thermometer. Then back again. What if ice didn't need to win? What if its job was simply to shape the field? He spent the next 10 days testing the concept obsessively. How much could he drop ambient temperature before his own tissues protested? How wide a zone could he maintain without drifting into visible self-freezing? How did different floor materials respond? How did the zone affect fire-based equipment readings? How quickly did people's reaction times degrade when the body had to process unexpected cold in an otherwise normal training environment? He made notes. 15-degree drop equals meaningful discomfort, minimal self-damage if maintained briefly. Explosion like ignition signatures dampen slightly in lower ambient temp. Footing changes after 9-12 sec, depending on humidity. Opponents telegraph more in cold due to body stiffness plus sensory adjustment lag. Zone works best when established before engagement, not during panic. He named that too. Thermal zoning. The title sounded more advanced than he felt, but accuracy mattered more than style. It was a zone. It manipulated temperature. It was zoning. That should have been the end of it. A useful support technique, a field control concept, something clever but modest. Then Aizawa assigned a capture point defense drill in front of the class. Izuku almost asked to go later. He did not. The rules were simple. One student held a marked square at center field. 2 attackers had to force them out or disable them. Time limit, 30 seconds. Victory condition for defender. Remain in control of the point. Izuku drew defense. His attackers were Shiro and Kaminari, not weak by any means, but not the heaviest hitters in the class. Fast, flexible, likely to pressure from range and angle. He stepped onto the square and forced his hands to stop shaking. Above the practice floor, the observation walkway held several classmates waiting their turns. Bakugo leaned on the rail, expression sharp and unreadable. Todoroki stood a few feet away, impassive. Yaoyorozu watched with scholarly intensity. Ida appeared concerned on principle. The whistle blew. Izuku did not move first. That was the first surprise. He lowered the temperature around the capture point immediately. Not a dramatic flash of ice, not a wall, not even visible frost at first. Just a sudden sharpness in the air. Breath turning white. The polished floor acquiring a faint sheen. Shiro committed first, tape snapping outward to bind from the flank. Izuku used flicker point, one stuttering burst. He vanished from the exact center of the square, reappeared just offline, and struck the tape anchor point with a focused palm jab before it could wrap him. Not enough fire to flare, just enough heat to wreck adhesion. Kaminari closed in, probably assuming the move had exposed Izuku's next position. The second surprise was that cold changes bodies before people consciously admit it. Kaminari's approach had the tiniest lag in it. A fraction of a second where his foot placement adjusted to the slickness, and his shoulders tightened against temperature his nervous system had not expected. The difference was microscopic. For Izuku, it was enough. Flicker point again, 2 meters, pivot. A low sweeping kick to the back of Kaminari's supporting leg, made more effective by the compromised footing. Kaminari went down hard with a yelp. Shiro redirected instantly, trying to control space from above. Good instinct. The best answer to a mobile defender was usually to limit mobility. Izuku exhaled once. The zone dropped another degree. This time frost became visible along the ground. Shiro's landing step slipped half an inch, flicker point. Izuku crossed the distance and tagged him in the ribs with a padded strike before he could fully recover. Whistle. End of drill. Total combat time, 11 seconds. Nobody spoke for a moment. Aizawa checked his watch, then his notes. Adequate, he said. That single word contained enough approval to leave Izuku almost dizzy. The class, however, was more honest. That was cool, Kirishima said immediately. Creepy cool. Gyro corrected. Yaoyorozu's eyes had gone bright with active analysis. You created a constrained environmental disadvantage and then forced engagement within it. You didn't overpower them. You predetermined the terms. Ida nodded briskly. An exemplary use of terrain modification. Kaminari from the floor groaned, my butt disagrees. Shiro rubbed his side and laughed. Okay, that was smarter than it looked at first. Izuku smiled weakly, chest still racing. Across the observation rail, Bakugo had his phone out. He replayed the drill once, then again, then a third time. He said nothing. Izuku noticed because it was Bakugo. Silence from Bakugo was never emptiness. It was pressure. That night, long after lights out should have meant actual rest, Izuku sat alone in the training room with a practice dummy set at medium height and the latest notebook open on the floor beside him. Page 47. He wrote carefully, strategy born from limitation. The limitation is the style. He stared at the sentence. It felt right in a way future top hero or master fire and ice had never felt right. Those were destinations too far away to help. This was immediate. Usable. True, he wasn't inventing greatness, he was inventing function. Flicker point because sustained fire punished him, thermal zoning because aggressive ice was too dangerous to rely on directly, not despite limitation from it. He rose and faced the dummy again. The practice room hummed softly around him. Vents, distant electrical systems. The low-living machinery of a school built to produce people capable of surviving impossible professions. Izuku lowered his stance, burst. He crossed 3 meters in a stutter of heat too brief to flare visibly, strike, reset, exhale. The room cooled by careful degrees, again burst, pivot. Short-range strike, again. Every motion carried calculation now, but less panic than before. Less apology. He was still behind his classmates in raw force. Still physically underdeveloped compared to where a UA student ideally should be. Still carrying a medical warning in his bloodstream like an invisible bomb. None of that had changed. But the shape of the problem had changed. Before, he had only known what he could not do. He could not use both safely. He could not endure prolonged hellfire. He could not trust glacial frost under pressure. He could not fight Quirkless with any real confidence. Now he knew something else. He could define range. He could define rhythm. He could decide where the fight was allowed to happen. That was not enough to win against everyone, but it was language. Primitive, maybe. Accent-heavy. Still missing whole vocabularies of power and endurance and instinct, but language. When Aizawa erased his quirk again during a later mobility drill, Izuku still performed poorly compared to where he wanted to be. The difference was that he recognized the failure more clearly now, not hopelessness, missing grammar, physical foundations he would have to build because no quirk, however complex, deserved to sit on top of emptiness. So he added a new section to the notebook. Non-quirk deficiencies. 1. Close-range hand-to-hand fundamentals lacking. 2. Base acceleration poor without propulsion support. 3. Deceleration and recovery posture inconsistent. 4. Need combat language that survives erasure. He circled item 4 until the ink nearly tore the page. Outside the classroom, the weeks kept moving, heroics training intensified. Group chemistry shifted. Rivalries clarified. Quiet alliances began forming along lines of competence, temperament, and trust. Todoroki remained distant but no longer unknowable. Yaoyorozu occasionally asked questions about his thermal calculations with the seriousness of one engineer consulting another. Ida corrected his posture during one sprint drill and looked personally offended by Izuku's bad running mechanics. Kirishima encouraged everyone loudly. Uraraka smiled at him in the hallway often enough that his nerves still had not adapted to it. Bakugo watched. That was the truest summary, not constantly, not theatrically, but enough. Bakugo watched the drills where flicker point mattered. Watched the first time thermal zoning forced 3 classmates to alter approach angles without understanding why until too late. Watched the way Izuku's style was getting sharper, stranger, less dependent on a single obvious moment of power. The old version of their rivalry, if it could even be called rivalry back, then had been simple in structure if ugly in feeling. Bakugo had power that moved naturally. Izuku had admiration that did not know how to stop hurting him. UA complicated that, because admiration made space for data. And data could become threat. One afternoon after class, Izuku left the training building and found Bakugo leaning near the walkway rail, phone in hand, expression set somewhere between irritation and concentration. Izuku nearly kept walking. "Hey," Bakugo said without greeting. That alone was destabilizing. Izuku stopped. What? Bakugo turned the phone screen outward. It was the capture point drill, the replay of thermal zoning and flicker point, paused just before the second movement burst. What's the exact trigger time between your steps? Bakugo asked. Izuku blinked. What? Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Don't play dumb. The delay between your first and second burst. It's not random. Izuku hesitated. Bakugo clicked his tongue in disgust. Fine, don't answer. He shoved the phone into his pocket. But if you keep making your pattern predictable, anyone with real speed kills it. Then he walked off. No insult, no explosion, no mockery, just analysis. Izuku stood there for several seconds after Bakugo disappeared around the corner. Then, because he was himself, he took out his notebook and wrote the warning down. That night's practice lasted until his legs shook. He altered the timing windows on flicker point to reduce predictive rhythm. Added false starts. Learned that unpredictability cost efficiency and efficiency cost heat, so the balance had to be chosen based on opponent profile. He revised thermal zoning boundaries to accommodate explosive mobility users better. He wrote until he could barely hold the pen. And in the middle of all that work, he felt something dangerously close to happiness. Not because he was winning, because he was building. The chapter of his life before UA had been about hiding damage. This one, he was beginning to understand, would be about weaponizing understanding. Not in the crude sense, not more output, not bigger fire. Not colder ice, understanding as structure, understanding as defense against panic, understanding as proof that even a flawed inheritance could become coherent if studied hard enough and endured honestly enough. Near midnight, alone in the training room one final time that week, Izuku stood in the center of a newly formed cold circle, breath misting, right hand warm and ready, left hand steady for once rather than numb. He looked at the dummy, then at the notebook on the floor, then back at the dummy. The room was quiet enough for him to hear his own pulse. Okay, he said softly, not to the room, to himself, to the fire, to the ice, to the broken system trying for the first time to become a deliberate one. He moved. Flicker point split the distance in a stuttering blur. The cold zone held. His strike landed clean. And for one brief perfect second, his power did not feel like an inheritance he was apologizing for. It felt like a sentence he had written himself. Chapter 3. The Todoroki Shadow. By the time the sports festival approached, Class 1 had stopped being a room full of strangers and started becoming something more dangerous. A room full of reference points. At UA, everybody learned quickly. That was the baseline expectation. But learning did not happen evenly, and it did not happen in silence. Every drill, every spar, every careless hallway conversation, every practical exercise added data. People became legible to one another in fragments. Strengths, recovery habits, pride patterns, blind spots. What they did when cornered. What they did when they thought nobody important was watching. Izuku understood that better than most because it was how he had always looked at heroes. Break the spectacle down. Identify the mechanics. Observe enough and pattern emerges. The problem with living among observers was that he had become a pattern too. That fact settled over him slowly in the 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival. At first it was small things. Someone in general studies glancing at his hands in the cafeteria. A support course student asking, a little too casually, whether his quirk was heat-based or temperature-range-based. A second year from another hero class, recognizing him from a training review board and saying, "Oh, you're the dual quirk first year, right?" Dual quirk. It sounded simple when other people said it, simple and clean and impressive. Not a phrase that contained hospital warnings, hidden burn cream, circulation scans, or the private dread of counting accidental incidents like near misses in a doomed machine. But the sports festival did not care what a phrase omitted. The sports festival cared what the phrase promised. It hung over UA long before the opening ceremony, not just as an event, but as pressure. Cameras being tested, media vans outside the outer gates, teachers pretending this was routine while quietly adjusting schedules and security. Students training harder and talking less, or else talking more loudly to cover the fact that every one of them knew this was the first public shaping of their professional future. Internships, recognition, narrative. Who you were at the sports festival, even if it was incomplete, had a way of sticking. And in the background of all that, without ever directly saying it, the school itself seemed to understand that some students would enter the stadium already carrying stories bigger than themselves. Todoroki was one of them. Bakugo was another. And, increasingly, whether he liked it or not, so was Izuku. The first time he realized how fully the rumor had escaped the classroom was when he heard his own name from a television in the common area. He had only meant to get water. A group of students from another class were watching a pre-festival panel show, the kind of hero analysis programming that treated children like draft prospects with better uniforms. The volume was low, but not low enough. One of the more technically interesting first years. The commentator was saying, Midoriya Izuku, limited public footage so far, but internal reports suggest a thermal dual-channel quirk. The screen displayed a still image from one of the assessment drills. Izuku, half-turned, breath visible in the air while his right hand glowed faintly with heat. A second commentator leaned forward. The visual profile is what's causing online discussion. The fire signatures are being compared to Endeavor's lineage immediately. Some users are even pointing out similarities to the Todoroki family output characteristics. A third voice laughed lightly. The internet thinks every unusual teenager is either a secret love child, a lab experiment, or both. The others chuckled. Izuku froze in the doorway, water bottle in hand. Still, the first commentator continued, there's legitimate technical curiosity here. If he really has both fire and cryokinetic expression, but not the structural partition Todoroki Shoto possesses, then he may be one of the most unstable high-potential students entering the festival. Which, from a spectator's standpoint, is either exciting or worrying depending on your ethics. The room laughed again, not cruelly, thoughtlessly. Someone noticed Izuku standing there and went pale. Oh, Midoriya, sorry, we were just— It's okay, Izuku said automatically. He filled the bottle too fast, cap slipping in his fingers once, and left before anybody could decide whether they were supposed to comfort him or pretend the conversation had never happened. Back in his dorm room, he sat at his desk and wrote one sentence in the current notebook. Public analysis removes complexity first. Expect reduction. Then, after a pause, he added, do not let public language become internal language. He underlined that one until the ink dented the page. Training intensified immediately after that. Everyone felt it, even the cheerful ones. Even those pretending they mostly cared about having fun or making an impression. UA did not need to announce that the sports festival would change how outside agencies and pro-heroes categorized them. The students knew. Their bodies knew before their mouths admitted it. Aizawa, naturally, made no effort to soften the transition. The festival is not a school play, he told them one morning after combat drills, his scarf hanging loose around his shoulders like a warning too lazy to stand upright. The audience doesn't care about your self-esteem. They care whether you look worth investing in. That silenced the room. He let the sentence sink in before continuing. If you want applause, join the drama club. If you want to be heroes, show judgment under pressure. Then he assigned another round of paired tactical simulations so viciously practical that even Bakugo stopped grinning halfway through. For Izuku, the timing was both fortunate and cruel, because his style was finally becoming coherent. Flicker point had improved from a survival mechanic into a true movement option. He could chain bursts more smoothly now, his deceleration no longer a stumbling afterthought. Thermal zoning had also sharpened, not wider exactly, but more deliberate. He had learned that the zone did not need to cover everything, just what mattered. Entry lanes, pivot points, footwork anchors. Places a body would instinctively commit its weight before it realized the environment was wrong. He had even begun integrating steam screen in limited form. That one had frightened him at first. Low output, simultaneous fire and ice, but not internally mixed. Externally projected in offset timing, just enough for the air between release vectors to condense into a drifting visual veil. The first successful attempt had left him shaking, not from strain, but from the panic of getting too close to the medical boundary recovery girl had drawn in absolute terms. But the data mattered. If the energies were projected separately and lightly enough, and if the overlap occurred in space rather than along the same stressed internal pathway, then the conflict did not spike into catastrophic feedback. The risk remained real. The margin was thin, but it was possible. Possible changed things, not because it solved the core problem, because it suggested the edges of the problem might be more complex than never. That thought stayed with him as the sports festival draw was announced. Obstacle race first, then cavalry battle, then tournament, public bracket, public stakes, public comparison. On the morning of the event, the city around UA seemed louder than usual. More helicopters, more traffic, more voices clustered beyond security perimeters. The stadium itself roared long before the students stepped onto the arena floor, a living pressure made of tens of thousands of expectations. Izuku felt it in his teeth. He had imagined this too as a child. The giant screens, the floodlights, the announcer's voice rolling over the audience like an electric wave, the impossible scale of it. Heroes had always seemed largest in moments like these, framed by spectacle and permission. Standing in the tunnel with Class 1A, he learned a different truth. Spectacle also made children feel very small. The corridor leading to the field was crowded with bodies and silence. Even the most talkative students had gone quieter now that performance was no longer hypothetical. Metal railings, broadcast drones, event staff. The smell of dust and ozone and polished concrete. Somewhere ahead, Present Mike was already shouting to the crowd. Beside him, Kirishima bounced on his heels. Ahead, Ida stood upright enough to qualify as architecture. Uraraka flexed her fingers once, exhaled, and fixed her smile into something determined. Bakugo looked hungry. Todoroki looked like a storm front disguised as a person. Izuku kept his eyes forward and heard it anyway, not from the crowd directly. From the commentary feed leaking faintly through overhead speakers before they reached the open light. Todoroki Shoto, of course, one of the favorites. Bakugo Katsuki with explosive combat potential. And one Dark Horse viewers have been asking about online all week, Midoriya Izuku. He stopped breathing for a second. Thermal dual expression, possible relation to the Todoroki fire line, though nothing confirmed. The speaker cut as the students reached the field entrance and the full sound of the crowd swallowed everything else. They stepped into light. For one blinding moment, Izuku could not think. Then the stadium resolved around him in detail. Vast rows of spectators, giant screens overhead, flags snapping in the upper draft, the central arena floor like a stage too large to feel real. Cameras drifting, noise pressing against skin like weather. Class 1 spread out with the other courses. Present Mike's voice blasted above them. "Welcome, welcome, welcome to UA's Sports Festival," the crowd answered in a wave. Izuku stood very still and tried not to imagine all the people looking for meaning in his face before he had even done anything. The opening ceremony passed in a blur of formalities and theatrical energy. Then came the declaration from Bakugo, loud, arrogant, perfectly himself, which got boos, cheers, and media gold all at once. Izuku barely heard it, because the giant screens had begun cycling student profiles. Name, Quirk. Course. When his face appeared, the text below it read, Midoriya Izuku Hero Course Quirk. Thermal duality, thermal duality. Someone in administration had clearly chosen that wording because it sounded polished and vague enough to avoid medical specifics. It was still enough to send a murmur through the crowd. He heard pieces of it even from the field. Is he the one related to Todoroki? Looks ordinary. Those are always the weird ones. Izuku clenched his jaw. Do not let public language become internal language. He repeated it until the first event began. The obstacle race was chaos with rules draped over it, which suited him. He was not favored to dominate it outright. Too many students possessed quirks better suited to broad movement, terrain destruction, or raw speed. Ida had engines. Bakugo had blast mobility. Todoroki could alter the field itself. Others had specialization that let them skip problems entirely. Izuku's goal, then, was not to be the fastest person in a straight line. It was to survive the race in a way that revealed as little fragility as possible while proving as much tactical worth as possible. The opening rush nearly destroyed that plan immediately. The tunnel bottleneck erupted into elbows, shouted warnings, quirk flashes, and collapsing momentum. Students surged, jammed, corrected, collided. Izuku kept low, used smaller bodies as moving cover without obstructing them, and slipped toward the outer left channel where the pressure wave of the crowd was weakest. A machine from the first obstacle segment dropped into the path ahead. Two students panicked and committed too early. Izuku did not. He waited 1/2 second longer, watched the machine's leg pattern, then used flicker point in a short angled burst that carried him beneath the swing arc and across the safe side of its planted foot before the next step landed. He heard someone in the nearby crowd section shout, "What was that?" Good. If they had to ask, they had not predicted. The race became a sequence of problems. Each one demanded its own answer, minefield. Step light, read sign distortions, use short burst movement only when certainty exists. Falling terrain. Prioritize balance over speed. Let heavier movers trigger collapses first. Crowd interference. Do not chase lanes already claimed by stronger frontal competitors. Then Todoroki used ice. The arena changed in a single impossible gesture. A roaring glacier surged forward, devouring lanes, freezing footing, locking movement, forcing the race to obey a new geometry written entirely by his will. Students shouted, slid, crashed. The crowd exploded. Izuku stopped dead for one fractional second, not because the move surprised him. Because of what it implied, that much output, that wide a field, that little visible strain, there it was. The difference between having two temperatures in your body and having a body designed to contain what those temperatures meant. Then instinct overrode thought. Cold on this scale changed everything, not just footing, reflection, momentum, breath, visibility, secondary movement routes, and because he understood cold intimately in ways most of the field did not, he adapted faster than some. He used the new ice formations not as obstacles but as structure. Burst step to a raised seam, push off an angled ridge, redirect along a stable frozen edge while others fought the broad, slick surface head-on. One student nearly slammed into him. He caught their sleeve, yanked them back from a collapsing drop, and lost 3 places for it. Fine. Worth it. By the time he crossed into the later segments, he was not leading. But he was alive in the front cluster, and more importantly, not crumbling. The obstacle race ended in a blur of exhausted motion and roaring noise. Bakugo and Todoroki, unsurprisingly, drew the hardest focus. But as the rankings flashed overhead and Izuku's name appeared solidly within advancement range, the commentary immediately found its angle. "Midoriya stays in," Present Mike shouted. "Not a power race winner, but look at that route discipline." A secondary analyst chimed in from the broadcast booth, voice carried faintly across the stadium speakers. "His adaptability under field alteration is exceptional. Notice how quickly he read Todoroki's ice not as interruption, but as environmental data." That should have felt good. Instead, the next line tightened something cold under Izuku's ribs. "And there's the family resemblance again," the analyst continued. "Whatever the exact lineage story is, he understands that kind of battlefield temperature shift unusually well." Family resemblance. Izuku looked up at the giant screen just in time to see a side-by-side replay. Todoroki's ice surge on one side, Izuku navigating it on the other. A comparison more visual than verbal, which made it stronger. He turned away before the shot changed. The cavalry battle was worse in a completely different way, not physically. Socially, point values assigned based on prior ranking made the top finishers targets, but by then strategy had already begun mutating into reputation management. Teams formed not just around compatibility, but around what people believed would look impressive if cameras lingered. Izuku received offers, but not many. He was useful, clearly. Mobile, tactical, unusual, but not easy. People did not know whether his quirk instability would become a liability in a prolonged group fight. They did know cameras might interpret a team-up with him through whatever online narrative had already started growing around the Todoroki resemblance. That meant some students avoided him for reasons they would never say aloud. Uraraka did not, neither did Takoyami. Mei Hatsum attached herself to his group with the glorious disregard for social complexity unique to support course geniuses, mainly because she had already decided the festival was a product demonstration with incidental combat. Their team functioned because all four understood roles. Uraraka, mobility disruption, weight control, adaptable support. Takoyami, offense and area pressure. Hatsum, unpredictability and gadget nonsense weaponized into utility. Izuku, route prediction, zone shaping, defensive repositioning. It was messy, loud, and far too visible, which in its own way protected him. The more complicated the team dynamic looked, the harder it was for commentators to flatten him into a single-family comparison headline mid-event. They advanced. Barely, but cleanly enough to matter, and then the bracket for the final tournament went public. The moment the giant screen displayed Midoriya Izuku vs Bakugo Katsuki, the stadium reacted like it had been waiting for exactly that kind of match. The noise was immediate and enormous, because even without deep knowledge of their history, the audience understood spectacle when it saw it. Bakugo already looked like a future headline. Izuku, by contrast, had become the tournament's most uncertain variable, clever, unstable, increasingly discussed. Their styles promised contrast. Their expressions promised personal stakes. They were not wrong. Before that match, however, came something else. A corridor, a quieter moment, and Todoroki Shoto waiting in the shade between training rooms with his hands in his pockets, and his face turned slightly away as if this conversation existed on sufferance. Izuku nearly walked past him. "Todoroki?" he asked. Shoto looked at him then, and the air in the corridor seemed to settle into something colder than the building temperature warranted. "You have my father's fire," Todoroki said, no greeting, no softening, just fact placed between them. Izuku felt his spine lock. Around them, distant stadium noise filtered through the concrete structure like a storm heard through thick walls. Shoto continued before Izuku could answer. "I'm not saying this to threaten you." That, somehow, made the next silence heavier. "I'm saying it because I know what that fire does," Todoroki said. "Not just physically, to a person who lets it define them." Izuku stared at him. This close, Todoroki looked less like a rival and more like someone carrying damage so long it had become posture. Not weakness, not dramatic suffering, just a set to the shoulders that suggested every motion had learned to pass around an old wound. "Don't," Todoroki said quietly. Izuku knew exactly what he meant. He could have lied. Could have said the fire didn't matter to him that way. Could have hidden behind technical language, bloodline abstraction, quirk mechanics. Instead, he heard himself say, "I know." Todoroki's gaze sharpened like he had expected denial and found something harder to categorize. For a few seconds, they just stood there. Two boys connected not by family, not exactly, but by the way one man's fire had burned itself into other people's futures. "We aren't the same," Izuku said at last. "No," Todoroki said, "we're not." The answer should have felt like distance, instead it felt like permission. Then Todoroki stepped aside, and the moment ended without becoming friendship. That suited both of them. Izuku went into his match with Bakugo carrying too many thoughts and no room to set them down. The stadium roared their names as they entered from opposite tunnels. Bakugo looked furious in the efficient way of a weapon being sharpened, not swung wildly. His movements were loose, controlled, eyes fixed. He had been waiting for this, and not because the crowd wanted it. Izuku knew that expression. Bakugo wanted measurement. The announcers treated it like a grudge match. The audience treated it like fireworks. Only a small number of people in the stadium, Izuku suspected, understood what it really was. A data war between two people who had once occupied very different kinds of certainty in each other's lives. Present Mike shouted introductions. The barriers hummed alive around the arena. The giant screen split their faces side by side. Bakugo grinned, thin and dangerous. Izuku exhaled once. Then the match began. Bakugo opened with AP shot. No warm-up. No probing rush. Just immediate precision violence. Compressed explosions snapped from his palms in tight, destructive lines, aimed not to obliterate, but to overwhelm. The shots chewed up the floor around Izuku's initial position before the crowd had fully finished cheering the start. Izuku had expected aggression. He had not expected Bakugo to enter at that level of calibration that quickly. He dropped the temperature around himself immediately, not full thermal zoning at first. Too costly to commit that much too early. Just a rapid local dip to throw off the ignition conditions and create a thinner seam of cold air between his body and the nearest blast path. Then flicker point. He vanished right as the second AP shot should have intersected his center mass. The burst carried him sideways in a stuttering blur, but Bakugo corrected faster than most people would have. Of course he did. His reaction speed had always been monstrous. Another shot. Izuku ducked and felt the heat graze his cheek, too close. Bakugo was not trying to test abstract capability from range. He was trying to force Izuku into revealed decisions. Thermal zoning or straight mobility, defensive ice or aggressive fire. Every second of pressure narrowed the choice tree. Fine. Izuku made one. He planted his left foot, exhaled slow, and dropped a real thermal zone. The air changed all at once. It was subtle enough that the front rows of the audience only noticed when their breath briefly misted on the giant screen feed. On the arena floor, the effect was immediate. The sharp chill spread in a defined radius, frosting the edges of cracks, pulling heat from the space Bakugo preferred to dominate. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He fired again. The explosion still came, but smaller, sharper, less stable. The crowd reacted to that before they understood it. Because people knew what Bakugo's explosions looked like, they had a visual grammar for his violence already. The next AP shot drifted slightly left of its ideal path and burst short. Present Mike shouted, "What happened there?" The analyst was faster this time. Ambient suppression. Midoriya's zone is cutting efficiency. Bakugo didn't snarl, didn't panic, didn't even visibly hesitate for more than a breath. But Izuku saw at the micro-adjustment, the instinctive re-evaluation as Bakugo realized the ground rules of the fight had been altered without permission. Good. Flicker point. Izuku crossed the gap in two bursts and struck low, aiming not for damage but for rhythm interruption. Bakugo twisted, caught most of the impact on a guarded forearm, and detonated backward at point-blank range. Izuku had anticipated that. Steam screen flashed between them, brief, ragged, just enough mist and thermal distortion to hide his immediate reposition. The audience gasped, not because the technique was spectacular on its own, because it suggested something they had not been told he could do: simultaneous thermal manipulation. Limited, external, carefully offset, but visible. On the giant screen, the replay made it look cleaner than it had felt. Bakugo blasted through the obscuring veil before it fully dispersed, but Izuku was already gone from the first angle. He reappeared at Bakugo's flank and drove a strike into the side of his knee, trying to compromise footing in the zone's slickened boundary. Bakugo staggered one step. For 90 seconds, the match became exactly what Izuku had hoped and exactly what the crowd had not expected. Not a slugfest. A systems failure. Bakugo's explosion still hurt, still threatened, still dominated open space the moment his body heat compensated enough to push back against the cold. But inside the thermal zone, his margins narrowed. His precision slipped by fractions. His movement had to account for ground resistance it never wanted to think about. Every choice cost slightly more than normal, and every fraction mattered. Izuku did not win that stretch of the match, but he proved something bigger than a round result. He made Katsuki Bakugo fight at reduced capacity in public. The crowd understood that, even before the analysts said it aloud. You could hear confusion in the cheering. Fascination. The uneasy delight of watching a known force meet a restriction no one had considered possible. Up in the stands, pro heroes leaned forward. On the giant screen, replays highlighted the way Bakugo's hands crystallized faintly at the edges between larger detonations. The cold biting just enough into the sweat dynamics to matter. Then Bakugo adapted. Of course he did. He stopped trying to dominate the whole zone and instead forced bursts of overwhelming local heat, pushing his body temperature higher and letting brute output claw back what ambient suppression had stolen. Dangerous for him in the long term, effective in the short term. The next close-range detonation shattered a band of frost around his feet entirely and sent Izuku skidding backward across the arena. Pain lanced up Izuku's right side as he caught himself. Bakugo rushed the opening instantly, too fast. Izuku tried to reset the zone center, too slow. An explosion clipped his shoulder and spun him. The arena tilted. The crowd became noise without shape. He regained his footing just in time to see Bakugo already committing to the next angle, heat finally overwhelming the environmental advantage through raw ferocity and refusal to slow down. That was the difference. Izuku had to manage cost. Bakugo could weaponize his willingness to spend. The match ended not with humiliation, but with inevitability. Bakugo on points, on momentum, on escalating output as the zone lost coherence under strain. The buzzer cut through the smoke. Winner, Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd erupted. Izuku stood breathing hard, body aching, right hand shaking from overuse, left arm tight with suppressed cold response. He had lost. He had also changed the conversation. That, he realized as he bowed and exited, was sometimes what victory looked like for people who started from a narrower foundation. In the corridor after the match, he leaned against the concrete wall and let his pulse come down in painful increments. A staff medic offered him water. He took it automatically. From the nearby monitor feed, he could hear commentators already reframing the result. Bakugo takes it, but Midoriya's temperature field control is now a serious data point. For a first year to reduce explosive efficiency like that, if the dual-channel limitations are ever resolved, his ceiling may be extraordinary. There it was again. The sentence he was beginning to hate, if the limitation is ever resolved, as though the rest of him existed only in preparation for a hypothetical cleaner self. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, the hallway monitor had shifted to another camera angle. The stands, and there, unmistakable even in profile, was Endeavour, watching, only for a second. Then the footage showed him standing and leaving before the segment fully ended. Izuku stared. He had not known he was there. His mouth went dry. The image was small on the screen, but impossible to misread. The same posture the media loved. The same flame-shaped silhouette. The same man whose power had become a reference point in conversations about Izuku's body before Izuku himself had agreed to be part of them. A classmate passing behind him Sato, he thought, slowed and glanced at the monitor. "Oh, that's weird." Izuku said nothing. Later, someone would show him a clip online. Several angles, commentary already beginning to harden around the moment. Why did Endeavour leave mid-match? Did he come specifically to watch Midoriya? Is there a connection UA hasn't disclosed? The internet did what it always did. It sharpened speculation into entertainment and called that curiosity. But that came later. First came Todoroki. The bracket, in its merciless logic, eventually brought them to the same arena. By then the stadium had fully committed to the story it wanted from the match, not openly. Official commentary remained careful. The school would never permit explicit sensationalism around family implications without evidence. But implication did not require permission when camera work, profile language, and crowd appetite all leaned the same direction. The giant screens displayed them side by side again. Todoroki Shoto, Midoriya, Izuku, no mention of lineage, no mention needed. The audience supplied the rest. Izuku walked to his starting mark and forced himself not to look at the stands, not at the commentators, not at the huge digital replay package showing their earlier performances, not at the visual contrast between Todoroki's broad-scope elemental authority and his own more technical, strained thermal style. Across from him, Todoroki stood motionless. Then the match started. There was no theatrical opening, no wasted words. Todoroki came in with complete commitment, both ice and fire active now with the frightening breadth of someone who had crossed an internal threshold and decided not to go backward. The arena floor transformed in layers. Ice spread low and fast, seeking to control distance. Fire answered in arcs designed not just for offense, but to collapse safe routes. It was not raw chaos. It was total field authorship. Todoroki was not merely fighting Izuku. He was telling the arena what kind of space it had permission to be. Izuku refused to be overwhelmed by scale. That was the first victory. Flicker point carried him off the initial ice line. Thermal zoning cut a pocket of denial into the broad field. Steam screen let him break sight lines long enough to survive angles that would have destroyed him in a straightforward exchange. He could not match Todoroki's scope, so he attacked structure. He disrupted transitions between fire pressure and ice expansion. Forced close-range moments where large output mattered less than timing. Used the arena's own shifting terrain against itself, moving through seams where Todoroki's dominance created overconfidence in a route's safety. For a while, it worked. Not enough to control the match, enough to keep it honest. The crowd loved it, because crowds always love a fight where one combatant should obviously be winning, and yet somehow keeps getting denied the easy version of that victory. Todoroki's expression changed first, not emotionally, operationally. He stopped treating Izuku like a technical inconvenience and started treating him like a real problem. Good. Izuku paid for that acknowledgement immediately. A sweeping ice rise forced him airborne earlier than planned. He countered with a low fire burst to adjust trajectory, landed badly, felt pain flare along his right ankle, and nearly lost the next exchange outright. Todoroki's follow-up flame line sliced through the steam screen and forced Izuku backward into terrain he had not wanted to concede. He was losing. He knew it clearly now. Todoroki's combined output was simply broader, safer, more sustainable. The exact thing Izuku's body had never been allowed to become, but losing clearly was different from losing hopelessly. Midway through the fight, an opening appeared, small, brief, real. Todoroki committed a fraction too hard to widening an ice structure on Izuku's left, likely anticipating a movement burst in that direction. Izuku didn't take it. He cut inside instead with the fastest flicker point chain he had executed all day, bursting through a pocket of rising steam and ending at close range, right hand already igniting. Hellfire gathered, not his full theoretical maximum. Enough. At that distance, with Todoroki's guard turned and footing split between his own elements, a direct hit would have been devastating. Not necessarily fatal, the barriers and staff would have intervened if things became catastrophic, but hospitalizing? Yes, easily. Time slowed. Izuku saw it all at once. The angle, the opening, the strike path, the reality that he could land it, and then something else, not fear of Todoroki, recognition. The face in front of him was not Endeavor's legacy. Not in that moment, not a symbol, not an avatar of inherited power. Just a classmate carrying his own damage into public battle, same as Izuku was, different shape. If Izuku took the shot exactly as presented, he might win the exchange. He would also turn the match into something else, something uglier. His hand shifted. The burst went wide enough to force separation rather than direct catastrophic impact. The audience did not fully understand what had happened. The pros did. On the observation deck, several of them straightened. Aizawa's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Present Mike shouted over the near miss. The replay on the giant screen made the restraint harder to hide than it had been in real time. Todoroki saw it too. For one strange second, their eyes met through steam and drifting frost. Then the match resumed and ended the way, in broader terms, it always had to. Todoroki won, not cruelly, not effortlessly, but decisively enough that the brackets advanced and the narrative solidified. Izuku left the arena with his body screaming and his thoughts somehow louder. He had lost to Bakugo, lost to Todoroki. And yet by the time he reached the corridor, his phone had already begun vibrating with notifications, messages from classmates, a flood of social chatter, analysis clips, event tags. Someone had sent a link to an article already climbing in shares. He should not have opened it. He did anyway. The headline hit like a slap. Midoriya, Izuku, the boy who carries the Todoroki burden. Without the Todoroki name, he stopped walking. The subheading was worse. What does Endeavour owe him? Izuku read the first paragraph and then turned the phone face down in his palm so quickly it almost slipped. His stomach lurched not from injury, but from the violent wrongness of having other people build a moral drama around his body while he was still trying to survive it one technique at a time. Endeavour owes him. The sentence presumed a relationship, presumed meaning, presumed that power resemblance automatically created emotional debt. That if a boy had fire in his hand and strain in his bloodstream, and a camera caught another fire user in the crowd, then the public had the right to braid those facts into a story and demand that everyone inside it perform accordingly. Izuku sat down on a bench in the corridor because standing felt suddenly optional. The stadium roared somewhere far away for the next match. He looked at his hands. Right hand, flushed, trembling, alive with residual heat ache. Left hand, stiff, cold, sensitive, still carrying the ghost of the zone work he had used to stay alive against two monsters in one day, not Todoroki's, not Endeavor's, his, even if the world refused to let that be the first sentence. After a while, footsteps approached. He expected a staff member. Maybe Uraraka, maybe Ida. Instead it was Todoroki again. He stopped a short distance away and looked down at him, expression unreadable as ever. "You pulled that strike," Todoroki said. Izuku gave a tired laugh that had no energy in it. "You noticed?" "Yes." Silence settled between them, but this time it was less hostile than earlier. More like two people standing near the same fire from opposite sides, neither prepared to call it warmth. "I didn't do it because I thought you needed mercy," Izuku said. "I know." That probably would have sounded insulting. It would have. Izuku looked down at the floor. "I just knew what kind of win that would be." Todoroki considered that. Then, after a pause, he said, "Good." The answer startled him enough that he looked up. Todoroki's gaze was steady. "You're trying very hard not to become what other people think your power means." Izuku said nothing. Todoroki continued, quieter now. "That matters." Then he turned and walked away before the conversation could become anything softer. Izuku watched him go, not friends still, but no longer strangers. Later that night, back in his dorm room, the stadium noise finally gone and the internet shut out by force of will, Izuku opened his notebook to a clean page. He wrote carefully despite the ache in his hands. Sports Festival Conclusions. 1. Flicker point effective under public pressure. 2. Thermal zoning confirmed viable against explosion-type Quirk at high level. 3. Steam screen useful but still unstable. 4. Todoroki scale dual expression currently beyond my field of safe emulation. 5. Public narrative is now a combat condition. Treat it like one. 6. Do not let resemblance become destiny. He stopped there. The room was quiet. Through the dorm window, city light painted pale bars across the floor. Somewhere down the hall, laughter rose and faded. Someone else's celebration. Someone else processing a day that had gone better or worse. Izuku turned back to the very first page of the notebook. The old question still there. What is my fighting style? He had an answer now, at least in part. Not complete, but more honest than before. He touched the pen to the paper beneath the original question and wrote, "A style built from what my body cannot safely do, not what the crowd wants it to do." Then he added one more line. If the world insists on casting shadows, learn how to fight inside them without becoming one. He closed the notebook after that and sat for a while with both hands resting on the cover. Outside, somewhere far beyond the dorm walls and the stadium and the bright machine of hero society, headlines were still multiplying. Commentators were still comparing. Clips were still looping. The article would probably pass 400,000 shares by morning. He could not control that. He could control what came next. And in a world obsessed with inheritance, control over the next step was beginning to feel like the only freedom that mattered. Chapter 4. The Stigma of Hellfire. The sports festival did not end when the stadium lights went out. That was the first lesson Izuku learned the week after it was over. UA returned to classes. The hallways filled again. Training schedules resumed. Students compared bruises, rankings, internship offers, camera clips, and half-embarrassed moments of public visibility that would haunt them online for months. On the surface, everything moved forward with the efficient cruelty of school life. New work replaced old feelings before those feelings had time to settle properly. But outside the walls of UA, the festival kept happening on phones, on news panels, on hero blogs, on public forums full of people who knew just enough about quirks to speak with total certainty about bodies they had never inhabited. Izuku discovered this the hard way when he made the mistake of reading comments under one of the replay clips from his Bakugo match. At first the thread was what he expected, technical speculation. People arguing about the cold zone, arguments over whether his movement was teleporting or merely very fast, short-range acceleration. Amateur hero fans debating whether Bakugo had underperformed or whether Izuku had genuinely found a partial counter to explosion-based combat. Then the comments shifted. 100% related to Todoroki somehow. That's Endeavor's fire pattern, just lower output. No way this is coincidence. Either secret family scandal or commission experiment. Look at his face when the camera cuts to Endeavour in the stands. Izuku locked the screen and put the phone face down so hard it rattled against his desk. He sat very still after that. The room around him was quiet. The dorms had settled into late evening silence, broken only by distant footsteps and the low hum of building ventilation. On the desk beside the phone lay 3 internship offer packets and a notebook open to half-finished training notes. He stared at the paper without seeing it. It should not have mattered, he knew that. Logically, the internet was noise. People loved patterns more than truth. The larger and brighter the stage, the more aggressively they tried to turn human complexity into stories with cleaner lines. He had written that principle down himself. Public analysis removes complexity first. The problem was not ignorance. The problem was that the comments had found the exact wound and pressed. He was used to fear of his own power, used to physical caution, medical warnings, private uncertainty. This was something else. A public moral contamination. The sense that the moment his fire became visible enough, people stopped asking what he had done with it and started asking whose sin it belonged to. He hated how effective that question was. The internship selections were posted 2 days later. Class 1 gathered in the room with the forced casualness of people pretending they were not measuring each other again. Some tried and failed to act indifferent. Others leaned into their confidence. Present Mike would have called it electric anticipation. Aizawa called it, sit down. The offers were tallied with minimal ceremony. Todoroki, unsurprisingly, had many. Bakugo had many too. Yaoyorozu, Ida, Takoyami, and several others drew strong interest based on performance and obvious professional value. Izuku received fewer than the public attention around him would have suggested. Enough to matter. Not enough to flatter. That made sense. Public fascination and professional trust were not the same thing. Some agencies likely saw opportunity in his unusual thermal profile. Others likely saw paperwork, medical risk, and potentially messy public associations. He could hardly blame them. Then Aizawa announced the final assignment for those not making independent arrangements. Midoriya, he said, glancing at the sheet in his hand. "You'll be doing your placement under Endeavor's agency." The room changed. It was not a dramatic silence, worse than that, a vacuum. Even Bakugo looked up sharply. Ida's posture stiffened. Uraraka's expression went from neutral to concerned in one visible beat. Todoroki did not move at all, but his stillness became the kind that had edges. Izuku thought for one absurd second that he had misheard. "Sir?" he asked. Aizawa looked at him with the flat deadpan of a man who had already anticipated every emotional reaction in the room and found all of them tiresome. "The assignment came through the Hero Commission with agency approval." That explained everything and nothing. The Hero Commission, of course. Not because it was a good fit, because someone somewhere had looked at footage, bloodline speculation, public narrative, and risk optics, and decided that if a first year with Endeavour-adjacent fire was going to be on the street in an official training capacity, it would be politically cleaner to place him under the supervision of the number 2 Heroes Agency, institutional neatness disguised as mentorship. Izuku knew all of that in a flash. He also knew he could not refuse without making the entire thing louder, so he nodded. "Yes, sir." Aizawa's gaze held him for 1 second longer than usual. Not sympathy, not exactly warning, more like acknowledgement that the school understood what kind of mess this was and had not been powerful enough or willing enough to stop it. After class, Todoroki found him near the stairwell. The timing was starting to feel less like coincidence and more like fate with poor social skills. Izuku leaned against the wall, offer packet still in hand. Todoroki stood across from him in the angled light from the window, expression distant but present. "You don't have to say anything," Izuku said before he could stop himself. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly. "That sounds like something people say when they badly want someone to say something." Izuku let out a short laugh. "Maybe." For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Todoroki said, "My father didn't request you?" Izuku blinked. "You know that?" "Yes." "How?" Todoroki's face barely changed. "Because if he had, he would have made it public enough for everyone to know he had. This sounds like commission handling," which meant Todoroki had read the situation exactly as Izuku had. "That doesn't help much," Izuku admitted. "No," Todoroki said. "It doesn't." He looked away briefly toward the window where the late afternoon city stretched in sharp, pale lines beyond the school grounds. Then he added, quieter, "Be careful what version of him they expect you to stand near." The sentence sat between them. Izuku understood it too well. Not the version of Endeavour who saved lives in statistics and heat signatures. The version of Endeavour that existed in headlines, in public redemption debates, in whispered stories around the Todoroki name, in every room where power and harm had once shared the same face. "I know," Izuku said. Todoroki's mouth tightened, not quite a frown. "I know you know." Then he left. That was, Izuku thought, maybe the closest thing to kindness Todoroki knew how to offer. Endeavor's agency headquarters looked exactly like what the public imagined from the outside. Clean lines, reinforced glass, orange-lit branding tasteful enough to feel expensive rather than loud, employees moving with efficient purpose, sidekick teams carrying tablets, reports, and the particular tension of people working under someone whose standards had likely burned the softness out of every process years ago. Izuku arrived in his internship uniform and felt, instantly, like an unwanted theory experiment. Not because anyone said so, because every glance lasted a fraction too long. Recognition traveled faster than introductions. Staff had seen the sports festival, seen the clips, seen the camera catching Endeavour in the stands, seen the weeks of commentary after. No one asked him directly whether he was related to anyone. Professional adults knew better. Professional adults simply performed curiosity in the space around a person until he could feel it. The orientation briefing was brisk. Patrol protocols, engagement limits, civilian priority, sidekick chain of command, emergency signal phrases. The entire time, Izuku kept expecting some moment where Endeavour himself would appear and puncture the artificial neatness of the process. He did not until the field deployment. It happened on the third day. The first two passed in comparative monotony. Observation rides, short-range response drills, route analysis. Watching sidekicks triage minor incidents with the ruthless efficiency that distinguished professional hero work from school exercises. Real heroism, Izuku realized quickly, contained far more logistics than spectacle. That should have comforted him. Instead, it sharpened his nerves, because logistics meant systems, systems meant cameras, and cameras meant that when something finally went wrong, there would be recordings. The call came just after noon. Multiple villain disturbance in a commercial district. Not top-tier threat level, but active enough to require a coordinated response. A robbery attempt escalating under poor planning and worse emotional control. 3 Quirk using offenders, 1 escape vehicle, several trapped civilians inside a side street convenience store after part of the adjacent facade collapsed during the initial exchange. Endeavour himself was already on site by the time Izuku's assigned sidekick unit arrived. There was no mistaking him. Even from half a block away, he seemed less like a person entering a crisis, and more like the crisis had developed a shape and chosen to stand on the lawful side of the street. Flames licked around his face. Heat distorted the air near him. Civilians, police, reporters, and sidekicks all oriented around his presence whether they meant to or not. Izuku's stomach tightened. It was one thing to inherit a similar thermal profile. Another to stand in the same real space and feel how much presence sheer mastery could generate. One of the sidekicks touched his shoulder. "Stay on secondary support unless instructed otherwise." Izuku nodded. Then the situation deteriorated. The villains split. One with a high-pressure burst Quirk tried to force an escape route through a traffic barrier. A second metal manipulation, crude but strong, collapsed the signage over the alley mouth. The third, a close-range attacker with hardened skin and terrifyingly bad impulse control, rushed straight toward the convenience store entrance because there were still people inside and panic makes cowards stupid. Everything after that happened in the brutal, compressed way real danger always happened. Police shouting. Civilians scattering. A second impact shaking loose more debris from the damaged facade. The hardened skin villain grabbing a store clerk by the collar and using him as a shield. Izuku's training and fear hit the same point at once. Move. He didn't wait for formal permission because the geometry of the scene made delay immoral. Thermal zoning dropped first sharp, focused, centered not on the whole street, but on the entrance corridor the villain would have to cross to retreat with the hostage. The temperature cut through the smoke, choked heat of the damaged block, and bit into the attacker's footing. Frost slicked the shattered tile near the store threshold. The villain swore and shifted his stance. That was enough. Flicker point. Izuku crossed the broken distance in a stuttering burst, arrived low, and drove his shoulder into the villain's planted leg with every kilogram of momentum he could safely manage. The man stumbled, grip loosening on the clerk's jacket. The clerk fell free. Good. Then the metal manipulation villain tore a bent street sign out of the rubble and hurled it like a spear. Izuku saw it late, too late to dodge cleanly. Too close to civilians to let it pass. He threw up his right arm and fired. Hellfire erupted harder than he intended. The metal sign vapor bent in the burst, splitting apart in a rain of glowing fragments before they could reach the storefront. The flame carved a bright, brutal line through the dust-thick street, and for a single terrible instant, every reflective surface nearby threw it back at him. Shop windows, car doors, a camera lens from some hovering news drone that had edged too near the perimeter, his own fire, magnified everywhere. The crowd shouted. A civilian screamed his name. No, not his name, just a wordless sound of surprise and fear. The hardened skin villain recovered and charged. Izuku didn't think. Thinking was too slow now. He used full Hellfire output for the first time in a truly public street engagement, not sustained like Endeavour would have. Not controlled on that level, but enough to change the fight. The burst hit the attacker center mass and threw him backward through the half-collapsed display rack inside the store, without letting the flames spread to the civilians behind him. Izuku pivoted immediately, cut the output, redirected with a second narrower release toward the metal manipulator's weapon hand, forcing the man to drop the twisted debris before it could become another projectile. The third villain tried to rush the opening and found Endeavour there. The number 2 hero ended that part of the incident so quickly it barely felt like part of the same timeline. A flash of hotter fire. A strike too precise for Izuku to fully track. A cratered patch of pavement where resistance had existed a heartbeat earlier, then it was over. 3 villains neutralized, civilians alive, minor structural damage beyond what the villains had already caused, operationally clean. That was what the debrief would say later, but operational language did not account for the camera. As the immediate threat ended and first responders swept in, Izuku stood in the smoke with his pulse hammering and heard someone nearby say, in a tone halfway between awe and alarm, "That looked just like they didn't finish. They didn't need to." A sidekick guided him out of the active perimeter. Someone checked his vitals. Another hero moved civilians away from the storefront. Reporters shouted questions from behind police barriers. Endeavour did not approach him, not then, not in public. The first time Izuku saw the footage was in the agency debrief room 20 minutes later. He wished he had never looked. Objectively, the clip showed a successful intervention, a first-year intern correctly prioritizing hostage separation. Rapid zone control, efficient repositioning, timely use of force, good instincts under pressure, no civilian injury attributable to his actions. Clean handoff once the pro-hero took over. That was one version. The other version lived in the image. A boy with green hair standing in smoke, his arm engulfed in orange-white flame, a frightened civilian visible just behind the frame edge, and the fire itself too close, too bright, too familiar in silhouette. It looked like Endeavour's fire, not exactly. Not with the same density, not with the same impossible command. But enough to trigger association before nuance could arrive, enough that Izuku, watching himself, felt his stomach turn over. Endeavour stood at the far end of the room, arms folded, expression impossible to read beneath his living beard of flame. The debrief officer was saying something about commendable response under pressure. Izuku heard none of it, because all he could see was every headline about the Todoroki family he had ever accidentally absorbed. Every image of Rei in hospital coverage. Every public conversation about abuse and reform and inherited damage. Every terrible sentence people used when trying to decide whether a hero's current good deeds weighed the same as what they had done to become who they were. And in the middle of it, on the screen, his own fire. He did not look like himself to himself. He looked like proximity to someone else's crime. The footage went viral before he left the building. He knew because by the time he stepped into the agency transport car, 3 different staff members' phones had already lit up with article alerts. Nobody read them aloud. Nobody needed to. Their faces did enough. The first wave of public narrative split almost instantly into camps. That part, Izuku would later understand with a kind of exhausted horror, happened because the internet loved categories more than facts. One camp decided he had to be Endeavour's secret biological child. The theory mutated fast. Hidden family branch, covered-up affair, illegitimate heir, private sponsorship disguised as coincidence. Evidence ranged from non-existent to absurd, which did not slow anyone down. The second camp insisted he was a government Quirk engineering subject. Some people found that idea more morally comfortable than bloodline overlap. Better a lab-made scandal than another family secret. Better conspiracy than the boring truth that lineages branch, traits reappear, and similarity does not create intimacy. The third camp, the smallest, angriest, and most correct, pointed out that shared genetic inheritance did not require clandestine parentage or institutional experimentation. 2 people could draw from the same broad bloodline in different ways. The world was full of cousins, branches, and dormant traits. The discourse did not have to be insane. That camp lost the attention war immediately because the accurate version was less entertaining. The Hero Commission launched a formal review before nightfall, not because they believed the gossip. Because public optics required paperwork. That fact, more than the rumors themselves, left Izuku feeling physically ill. Institutional concern had a way of making nonsense feel heavy. Endeavour issued no public statement. His silence became an interpretive battlefield within the hour. Half the outlets covering the incident treated it like tacit admission of connection. The other half treated it like smart legal caution. A few more responsible voices argued that comment restraint during an active review was standard. Those voices were buried by morning. Izuku stopped reading after the 6th article. That still gave the poison plenty of time to work. The real damage did not appear in public. It appeared in training. He discovered it 3 days later during a standard combat exercise back at UA. Aizawa assigned rotating attack-defense scenarios under moderate pressure. Nothing unusual. Izuku entered the drill, assessed angles, and did what he had trained himself to do. He used thermal zoning. He used flicker point. He did not use hellfire above 40%. At first, he told himself that was strategic restraint. Then the next drill happened. And the next. Every time a situation arose that would have been solved fastest, cleanest, and most effectively by stronger fire output, his hand hesitated. Not physically first, morally. A flash of that debrief footage would hit him the moment before ignition. The civilian in the frame. The resemblance. The sick sense that if he let the fire look too much like that, then no one watching would ever again see it as separate. The first high-output burst he suppressed nearly cost him the match. The second forced an awkward retreat. By the 4th instance, the pattern was undeniable. His fire was still there. He simply no longer trusted himself using it in view of others, which was absurd and dangerous. And, worst of all, difficult to explain without sounding irrational. Aizawa noticed within 3 sessions. Of course he did. Aizawa noticed everything that mattered and pretended none of it interested him. For 2 weeks, he said nothing. That was worse than confrontation. Izuku trained harder during that silence, trying to outwork the problem before it became public inside the class. He doubled down on the safer channels. More thermal zoning, more low-output ice shaping. More zone denial, footing disruption, defensive field control. His ice improved noticeably because he was spending more and more of himself there. Recovery Girl flagged the imbalance before he did. "You're overtraining the safer half," she said after a routine post-drill check. Izuku sat on the exam bed while she reviewed the latest readouts. "Your cold channel control is improving," she continued. "So is your body's tolerance to lower output environmental projection. Good, useful, but your fire output has dropped below your previously established stable ceiling." He stared at the floor. "I'm being careful. You're being avoidant." He said nothing. She set the clipboard down. "There are people who overuse dangerous power because they think fearlessness is courage, and there are people who underuse necessary power because they think caution is virtue. Both can get civilians hurt." The sentence landed cleanly. Izuku hated it because it was true. That night, he stayed in the support lab long after most students had gone. The room hummed quietly with inactive equipment and the faint, sterile scent of machine oil and insulated wiring. Metal tables reflected the overhead lights in narrow cold lines. He sat on a stool with his gloves off, staring at his right hand. He had always feared this hand physically. Now he feared it symbolically too. That was new. And worse. He was still sitting there at 11 at night when the door opened. Todoroki stepped inside without asking. The support lab suddenly felt smaller. Neither of them seemed surprised anymore by these unplanned encounters. That was probably a bad sign. "You're avoiding it," Todoroki said, no greeting. Again, Izuku let out a humorless breath. "Do you ever enter a room gently?" "No." "Right." Todoroki came to stand on the other side of the work table. "You've capped your fire." Izuku tried for 1 stupid second to lie, then he looked at Todoroki's face and abandoned the effort. "Yes." "Because of the footage?" "Yes." Silence. Then, with the unbearable precision Todoroki brought to every hard truth, he said, "Suppressing it does not make you a better person." Izuku's jaw tightened. "That's not what I'm doing." Todoroki's expression sharpened by a degree. "No, then what are you doing?" Izuku stood too quickly from the stool. The metal legs scraped the floor. "I'm trying not to become something I hate seeing." The words were out before he could refine them. The lab went still. Todoroki's gaze held on him for a long moment. "And what exactly do you think you saw?" Izuku laughed once, bitter and tired and quiet. "Come on." "No," Todoroki said. "Say it." So he did. "The fire looked like his," Izuku said. "Everyone thought it, everyone said it. I saw the clip too. I know the output isn't identical. I know it's not rational. But it looked close enough that none of that mattered. It looked like all the stories people tell about him. It looked like he stopped." Todoroki waited. "It looked like the kind of power that hurts people and then gets explained afterward," Izuku said at last. "There, the wound named." Todoroki's face changed, not softened, something more severe than that, because only someone from inside that history could hear the sentence fully and know what it cost to say. "And now," Todoroki said very quietly, "you think starving it will purify it." Izuku looked away. "I know that sounds stupid. It sounds dangerous." The words cracked harder than yelling would have. Todoroki stepped closer to the table, hands still at his sides. "The fire doesn't disappear because you refuse to use it," he said. "It gets less trained, less controlled, more likely to choose its own moment." His voice remained calm, which only made it sharper. "You think restraint is morality? Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's just fear wearing better language." Izuku flinched, not because it was cruel, because it was accurate enough to hurt. "I know that," he said. Todoroki did not look away. "Then why are you acting like you don't?" No clean answer existed, not one that would make the contradiction sound noble. Izuku could have said he was trying to be careful. He was. He could have said he didn't want his power mistaken for someone else's legacy. Also true. He could have said that every time he let the fire rise, he felt briefly contaminated by narrative he had never asked to inherit. All true. None sufficient. "I don't know," he said finally. Todoroki absorbed that without visible judgment. Then he nodded once. "That," he said, "is at least an honest place to start." He left a few minutes later, the conversation ending not with comfort but with a wound cleanly exposed to air. It did not solve anything. It did, however, strip away the lie that Izuku's restraint was purely strategic. The next afternoon, Aizawa called him to the empty combat room after class. The space looked larger when nobody else was in it. Training lines stark on the floor. Target dummies at rest. The kind of silence that turned every small sound into something official. Aizawa stood near the center with his capture scarf draped loose around his neck, expression unreadable as always. "Midoriya," he said, "your fire output has dropped, straight to the point, no escape routes." Izuku kept his posture formal. "Yes, sir. Reason," he considered giving a partial answer. Aizawa waited in that terrible, patient way of his that communicated absolute refusal to accept anything but the real thing. "The footage from the internship incident," Izuku said, "and the reaction to it." Aizawa's gaze did not change. "Go on." Izuku swallowed. "I keep seeing it when I try to push higher output, the resemblance, what people think it means, what it looks like." He forced the next words out. "I know the quirk doesn't carry moral intent, I know that, but knowing it and feeling it aren't lining up." That apparently was enough. Aizawa was silent for a beat. Then he said, "A knife that has been used to hurt someone is still a knife." Izuku blinked. Aizawa continued in the same flat tone he used for everything from attendance to existential dismantling. "The history lives in the person who wielded it, not the object itself. If someone uses a blade to commit harm, the blade does not become morally infected. It remains a tool. Responsibility attaches to action." He looked directly at Izuku. "Your fire does not carry Endeavor's crimes. Endeavour does." The room felt very quiet. Aizawa went on. "If you inherit hellfire and use it to protect people, then the record shows a person who used fire to protect people. That is the only record that matters." Izuku stood there, breathing a little too carefully. The sentence should have fixed everything. It didn't, but it hit a foundation under the fear. Something load-bearing, something he could stand on later, maybe, when the emotional storm stopped making argument feel abstract. Aizawa's expression remained as exhausted as ever. "Prove it," he said, just that, no inspirational flourish. No comforting hand on the shoulder. No promise that doing the right thing would make the discomfort vanish. Prove it, in other words. Meaning is built through repetition, not thought, not guilt. Action. Izuku nodded slowly. "Yes, sir." Aizawa turned toward the exit, then paused without looking back. "Also," he said, "stop pretending overtraining one channel is discipline. It's imbalance." Then he left. Izuku stayed in the empty room for a long time after that. He did not ignite his hand. He did not write anything immediately. He just stood there in the center of the training floor and let the two conversations, Todoroki's and Aizawa's, settle into different layers of himself. Suppressing it does not make you a better person. The Quirk does not carry Endeavor's crimes. Both true, neither easy. That night, when he finally returned to his desk, he opened the notebook and wrote with unusually slow precision. Current problem is not technical. It is symbolic contamination. Correction. Symbols do not alter Quirk mechanics. Correction 2. Refusing control is not morality. Working principle. Power meaning equals repeated use pattern, not resemblance. Need to rebuild high output fire trust without surrendering judgment. Then, lower on the page, a blade is not the wound. He stared at that sentence longest. The days after did not become magically easier. He still flinched, internally, before stronger ignition. He still preferred ice because ice now felt cleaner, safer, politically innocent. That innocence was deceptive, of course. Ice could maim just as effectively in the wrong hands. But public imagination rarely reacted to cold with the same moral panic it reserved for flame. That asymmetry irritated him the more he noticed it. Still, the damage had been named. That mattered. The next few training sessions became a kind of quiet war between his conscious intent and his reflexive aversion. He forced himself to use controlled higher output hellfire in brief, necessary windows. Not flashy, not gratuitous. Functional. Each successful use left him shaken less by heat than by the strange emotional aftertaste of defying his own fear. He was not healed. He was practicing. That distinction mattered too. At the same time, his ice kept improving. Recovery Girl was right about the imbalance. Because he had fled toward the safer half for weeks, that safer half had sharpened in response. His ambient control was finer now. Thermal zoning held longer. He could shape cold gradients more subtly across movement lanes. In one drill, he managed to frost only the exact contact points an opponent would need for a lateral pivot without visibly icing the whole floor. Aizawa called it, finally precise. From him, that was practically applause. Izuku took the compliment and wrote down the warning it contained. Because the better his ice became while his fire lagged, the more dangerous the imbalance would become long-term. He was supposed to be building a whole style, not replacing one avoidance with another. One evening, after a particularly difficult control session, he headed back toward the dorms and found himself checking his phone out of habit more than intention. There was a new push notification. Not from a news outlet this time, from the Hero Commission, formal language. Review complete. No action required. Public rumor unsubstantiated. Internship conduct satisfactory. Case closed. He read it twice and felt almost nothing. Then he laughed once under his breath, not because it was funny. Because this was how institutions apologized when they had never intended to protect you in the first place. They cleared files. They archived discomfort. They moved on. He put the phone away without finishing the attached document. The clearance letter would exist, whether or not he honored it with his attention. That night, far from UA. In a room lit only by screen glow and the low red blink of stolen equipment power indicators, another kind of file was opened. Shigaraki Tamura sat crooked in a chair that looked like it had been dragged there from some other building's discarded future. Dust gathered in corners. A half-broken monitor flickered. Dabai leaned against the wall with the posture of someone whose boredom was always one bad minute from becoming cruelty. Toga crouched on the back of a chair, chin on her knees, smiling at nothing obvious. On the screen, a paused image from the sports festival. Midoriya Izuku mid-movement, breath frosting, right hand alive with fire. Beneath it, another image from the street incident. Smoke, flame, civilian rescue angle, a folder already labeled thermal duality. Midoriya Izuku, UA. First year, Shigaraki clicked through the contents in silence. Combat notes, broadcast stills, estimated output ranges, observed medical risk. Comments clipped from public analyst threads, a short internal assessment on his tendency to prioritize civilian protection over self-preservation. Dabai looked at the street clip and gave a low, humorless laugh. "Interesting kid," he said. Shigaraki's mouth twitched, not a smile, not yet. His fingers rested against the edge of the desk without quite touching the wood. "He's not finished," he said. Toga tilted her head. "That makes him cuter." No one answered that. Shigaraki took a pen and wrote directly across the printed photo from the sports festival broadcast. The ink dragged hard enough to score the paper beneath. If he resolves the dual-channel problem, eliminate before completion. If he cannot, observe and document. Either way useful. He set the pen down. On the screen, frozen in light, Izuku's half-finished power waited for someone else's future violence to test it. Back at UA. Unaware of the file now carrying his name, Izuku sat at his desk with both hands resting on an open notebook and the lamp casting a small, clean circle over the page. He wrote one final line before bed. "I do not need to make the fire innocent. I need to make it mine." Then he closed the notebook. Outside his dorm window, the city glowed the same way it always did, indifferent, watchful, full of people telling stories about heroes and fire and bloodlines and redemption and danger. Inside, the room was quiet. The right hand still trembled sometimes before stronger ignition. The left still carried the cool steadiness of the route he had tried too hard to make into refuge. Neither was enough alone. He knew that now more clearly than ever. The stigma had not vanished. It had simply changed shape from public rumor into private resistance, from headlines into hesitation. That meant it could be fought. And for Izuku Midoriya, who had spent so much of his life learning how to survive his own power without fully belonging to it, that counted as progress. Chapter 5, Steam and Fury Bakugo asked for the match. That fact traveled through Class 1 faster than any official notice, not because requests were rare. Aizawa encouraged targeted sparring often enough that students pairing up around specific weaknesses was almost normal. Kirishima liked testing hardening against impact quirks. Ida sought speed comparisons whenever he thought he could learn from them. Yaoyorozu requested controlled tactical exercises like she was drafting battlefield research proposals in human form. But Bakugo did not request opponents. Bakugo selected problems. And when he went to Aizawa directly and said, with no visible hesitation, that he wanted Midoriya as his assigned combat partner for the next joint training block, everybody in the class understood it meant more than a routine drill. The rumor reached Izuku secondhand. Kirishima told him first, because Kirishima told everyone everything if he thought it might help them emotionally prepare. "Bakugo actually said your full name," Kirishima reported in the hallway, with the kind of delighted horror people reserved for natural disasters that had chosen to use manners. Not even in an insulting way, it was creepy. Izuku stopped walking. He asked for me. "Yep." Did he say why? Kirishima scratched the back of his neck. "More or less, something about not entering second year without a clean measurement." Izuku stared. A clean measurement? That was such a Bakugo phrase, it barely needed interpretation. Not revenge, not dominance. Measurement. Bakugo wanted data. A ceiling estimate. An answer to a question his instincts had clearly decided was important enough to pursue directly through institutional channels. The thought followed Izuku all day, through rescue lecture, through lunch, through a mobility conditioning session he barely remembered afterward. through an evening study block where the textbook in front of him might as well have been written in another language for all the attention he gave it. Bakugo wanted a clean measurement. That meant Bakugo had noticed something unresolved, which meant Izuku had probably noticed it too and just lacked the courage to name it the same way. That night, he opened the notebook and wrote the date at the top of a new page before he wrote anything else. Then Bakugo requested direct combat evaluation, stated reason, can't calculate my power ceiling yet, interpretation. Current style has become unpredictable enough to register as threat without being stable enough to classify. Secondary interpretation. Bakugo is right. He stared at the last line. Then added, question. Is this match about beating him or about revealing what I still refuse to use? He did not answer the question because he already knew. The training assignment was posted 2 days later. Joint combat exercise Midoriya, Izuku vs Bakugo Katsuki. The reaction inside the classroom was a mix of badly hidden interest, dread, and the specialized excitement of hero students who understood they were about to witness something educational and messy at the same time. Aizawa, naturally, treated the whole thing like weather. Standard engagement rules, he said from the front of the room. Non-lethal intent, barrier field active. Match ends on points, incapacitation, or instructor stop. This is evaluation, not theater. Everyone heard the word theater. No one believed it would feel like anything but theater once Bakugo and Izuku stepped into the same enclosed combat space with the class watching from behind reinforced glass. Izuku spent the next 48 hours pretending he was preparing normally. He trained. That part was true. Thermal zoning calibration drills, short-range flicker point adjustments, steam screen stability at lower output thresholds, physical conditioning. Hand wraps, breathing work, notebook revisions, all of it real, but beneath the real work sat a harder private current. He was afraid of this match. Not because Bakugo was stronger. Bakugo was stronger in several obvious ways, and Izuku had already faced that truth publicly. He was afraid because Bakugo had chosen the exact kind of confrontation most likely to expose whether Izuku's restraint around Hellfire was strategic, moral, or simply cowardice, wearing technical language. Bakugo would not be fooled by polished explanations. Bakugo never had been. When the day arrived, UA's combat arena felt more intimate than the sports festival had and somehow more dangerous for exactly that reason. No crowd, no announcers, no giant screens manufacturing narrative. Just classmates behind observation barriers. Aizawa as supervising authority, safety systems active around the perimeter, and an open stretch of reinforced combat flooring waiting to find out which truths could survive contact. Izuku rolled his shoulders once and checked the wraps on his right hand. Across the arena, Bakugo was already there. No pacing. No obvious agitation. No pre-fight taunting. Just that terrifying stillness Bakugo entered when every violent instinct he possessed had agreed to become disciplined. That steadiness unsettled Izuku more than yelling ever would have. Because it meant Bakugo had come to test, not to vent. From behind the barrier, fragments of conversation drifted. Kirishima muttering something low and tense to Kaminari. Yaoyorozu quietly predicting opening ranges. Ida, probably, worrying about rules and injury thresholds. Todoroki silent in the exact way that indicated maximum attention. Aizawa stood near the side console with his scarf loose, looking like a tired man asked to supervise the collision of two weather systems before lunch. You both know the conditions, he said. Start on signal. Bakugo rolled one shoulder. Izuku lowered his center of gravity, exhaled once, and felt the familiar split inside himself, fire in the right side, waiting like an argument. Cold in the left, patient and dangerous. The block around higher Hellfire output still existed, not gone. Just weakened enough that he could feel it rather than obey it automatically. Good, maybe, the signal sounded. Bakugo moved first, not with an opening probe. Not with the usual aggressive feint Izuku expected from him. He opened with howitzer impact. The first instant of the motion barely registered. The spin, the tightening of posture, the sudden gathering of force into a single overwhelming release. Then the world became light. The explosion hit the arena like a small sun trying to be born inside a reinforced building. Heat slammed outward in a spiraling blast front dense enough to distort the air visibly. Even behind the barrier, classmates flinched. The safety field hummed, catching stray force and redirecting it upward in invisible arcs. Bakugo had used one of his most devastating techniques as an opener. Not because he expected the match to end there, because he wanted the psychological condition of the fight established immediately. No half-speed data collection, no courtesy, full calibration from the first second. Izuku did not dodge, he had no clean route. Instead, he dropped a full thermal zone in the half-second before impact. The temperature crash was brutal, and precise cold packed into the space around him with all the desperation of a body trying to build a defensive equation faster than an explosion could solve it. Frost bit across the arena floor. The air pressure inside the newly chilled pocket changed just enough to matter. Moisture condensed along the edge of the incoming blast. Then the explosion hit. The arena shook. Izuku's boots slid backward 3 sharp centimeters across the floor, then held. The shockwave broke against the cold field not cleanly, not elegantly, but differently than Bakugo had intended. Heat dispersed into a denser, lower-temperature air mass. The outer force carried. The interior pressure profile lost some of its edge. What should have been pure overwhelm became something jagged and partially blunted. Smoke rolled past. When it cleared enough to see through, Izuku was still standing inside the zone. The observers reacted before either combatant spoke. Kaminari said too loudly, "No way." Yaoyorozu did not say anything at all, which for her meant intense recalculation. Bakugo's expression did not shift much, but he had his answer to one question already. Thermal zoning could meaningfully alter the performance environment even against top-tier explosive output. He recalibrated instantly. Of course he did. AP shot followed, not one. A chain. Compressed pinpoint blasts snapped through the air from shifting angles, designed to pierce rather than overwhelm, to find the edges of the zone instead of allowing it to absorb a broad impact attack. Bakugo did not waste time being impressed by resistance. He simply changed the terms again. Izuku moved. Flicker point carried him out of the first line of fire in a stuttering blur, then across the next 2 meters at an angle sharp enough that the third AP shot missed his shoulder by centimeters and tore a smoking scar across the arena floor behind him instead. Bakugo tracked. That was the terrifying part. Most people lost him for a fraction of a second when Flicker Point hit its best rhythm. Bakugo didn't lose him for that long. His requisition speed had become monstrous, part instinct, part reflex, part the kind of tactical obsession that bordered on pathology. Another AP shot. Izuku cut right, then left, using a false start built into his step chain specifically because Bakugo had warned him weeks earlier that predictable timing would get him killed. The memory flashed through him as he moved. Bakugo had given him that correction. Now Bakugo had to survive the corrected version. Steam screen bloomed between them in a thin gray-white seam, more distortion than wall, enough to break direct sight for a breath. Bakugo blew through it almost immediately with a tight, controlled explosion, but that breath was enough for Izuku to reposition to the flank and attack low. He aimed for the pivot. Always the pivot. Bakugo's style depended on explosive direction changes and confidence in planted momentum. Disrupt the footing, and you did not beat him, but you forced him to spend extra attention maintaining the same level of threat. Izuku's strike landed against the outer line of Bakugo's stance. Bakugo twisted with it, taking some of the impact, but the slickened edge of the thermal zone still compromised the transfer. His planted step slipped just enough to matter. Izuku followed with a second burst, and Bakugo detonated point blank. The blast was smaller than howitzer impact, but far more vicious at that range. Izuku crossed both forearms, dropped his chin, let the zone absorb what it could, and still felt himself thrown backward through heat dense enough to leave his ears ringing. He landed hard, boots skidding, breath chopped short. Pain along the right side, manageable, Bakugo didn't let him recover. He pressed like a natural disaster with focus. AP shots forcing lines, close-range pressure punishing any overcommitment. Short blast-assisted rushes carrying him just far enough to re-enter lethal distance. Every time, Izuku thought he had bought breathing room. This was the difference between fighting strong people and fighting Bakugo. Strong people often believed force itself created inevitability. Bakugo used force the way a good tactician used information dynamically, adjusting every second, never assuming the previous successful answer remained correct one exchange later. Izuku understood that, respected it, hated it. The thermal zone held because he forced it to. Every second it stayed active, the floor changed. Frost layered into existing cracks. Air sharpness increased. Bakugo's explosions continued to function, but their precision tax grew, not enough to stop him. Enough to make each correction just a little more expensive. That was the whole fight, really. Expense. Bakugo spending output and body heat to overwhelm the environment, Izuku spending concentration and controlled risk to make the environment itself hostile. The arena became less a battlefield than a disagreement between two systems. From behind the glass saw motion and impact and cold mist blooming against orange violence. What they were actually watching was philosophy. Bakugo, force your way to certainty. Izuku, manufacture uncertainty until certainty fractures. For almost 2 minutes, neither philosophy fully won. Then Bakugo changed the shape of the match again. Instead of trying to destroy the zone from the outside, he began entering it more deliberately, accepting reduced efficiency in exchange for control over distance. AP shot bursts tightened. He stopped wasting motion on broad area coverage and aimed his body like a weapon at the seams between Izuku's movement bursts. Izuku recognized the adaptation half a second before it became a problem. Too late. Bakugo anticipated the next flicker point chain, cut off the clean exit angle, and arrived in close with an explosive feint that forced Izuku to guard high. The real strike came low. Blast assisted knee into compromised footing. Izuku almost went down. He saved the fall by flash freezing a narrow strip beneath his own sliding boot, not enough to trap, just enough to change friction and redirect collapse into a controlled skid. The move was ugly, improvised, effective. Bakugo's grin flashed sharp and brief across the smoke. "There you are," he muttered, not loud, but Izuku heard it. He understood what Bakugo meant, not the tactical response, the instinct. The willingness to get uglier, riskier, less textbook when the clean version stopped working. Bakugo had been looking for that. They separated by force, both breathing harder now. Izuku's thermal zone wavered at the edges. He stabilized it with a low exhale and immediately felt the cost in his left side, a deep cold ache under the ribs, not dangerous yet, but warning enough to note. His body could maintain the zone. Not indefinitely. Not while matching Bakugo's pace forever. Bakugo saw the strain. Of course he did. "Still rationing," he said. Izuku didn't answer, no point. Bakugo rushed again. This time Izuku chose a fence, flicker point forward instead of away. Steam screen to break the first sight line. A right hand burst not at Bakugo directly, but at the cold, thickened air just past his shoulder, using the sudden heat gradient to force a reflexive glance and open the real angle. For one beautiful second, it worked exactly as intended. Bakugo shifted wrong. Izuku slid inside his guard. Palm strike to sternum line, not enough fire to cripple. Enough to drive him backward. Bakugo planted hard, teeth bared, and answered by detonating the entire space between them with a close-range blast that shredded the nearest band of frost, and finally broke the clean center of the thermal zone apart. Izuku crossed his arms and felt heat slam through him like a door kicked off its hinges. He hit the floor on one knee. The room rang. Aizawa's expression from the edge of his vision did not change, but he had shifted forward half a step. The match was crossing into the threshold where evaluation and injury became close relatives. Izuku rose. His hands were shaking now, right from heat stress, left from overextended cold regulation. Bakugo was breathing harder too, sweat flashing at his temples, but the terrifying thing about him was how little fatigue seemed to reduce his hunger for escalation. If anything, resistance refined it. "I asked for this," Bakugo said, voice low enough that only Izuku could hear. "Because everybody else keeps looking at what you are now." He stepped once, slow, deliberate. "I wanted to know what happens when you run out of excuses." Then he came in at full force. The climax did not begin like a cinematic finish. It began with attrition finally becoming impossible to ignore. Bakugo chained explosions hard enough that the arena's safety field hummed in constant response. He blasted through the remnants of the zone, forcing heat back into a space Izuku had spent the entire match cooling. The floor screamed under the thermal stress. Frost flashed, melted, refroze at the margins, then failed again. Izuku answered with everything he had that still fit inside the borders he trusted. Flicker point so fast his calves felt flayed from the inside. Thermal zoning recentered in smaller and smaller pockets as broad field control became unsustainable. Steam screen deployed twice in rapid succession, until the second use came dangerously close to provoking the internal conflict Recovery Girl had warned him about. Bakugo kept coming. And then he committed, not a partial finisher, not a test. The biggest release he had available in that moment, every reserve detonated into one blinding attack that swallowed half the arena in light. Izuku saw it and knew two things at once. 1. He could not evade cleanly. 2. This was the moment, the one Bakugo had dragged the fight toward with deliberate cruelty and perfect understanding. The one everyone else might have described later in abstract terms. He could have used both. Izuku's body made the calculation faster than conscious thought. Fire could answer part of it. Ice could answer another. Separately, neither would be enough. Together, the block inside him split wide open with terror, because he knew. He knew what simultaneous, meaningful dual-channel use might do, knew the risk profile, knew the medical consequences. Knew that Bakugo, unlike a villain, was not actually trying to kill him, which meant if Izuku crossed that line here, it would be by his own will rather than external necessity. He chose not to. Instead, he built the strongest ice shell he could safely manage in the fraction available, layering it over the reduced cold pocket already on the field, and braced. The explosion hit. The shell cracked across its entire surface in an instant, stress lines racing like lightning through white, translucent armor. Heat crashed through every fracture. Cold bit back through every weakening seam. The force threw Izuku backward through smoke, thick enough to erase the world. Then the light collapsed, silence for one strange, stretched heartbeat. When the smoke thinned, Izuku was still standing. Barely. The ice shell hung in broken pieces across one shoulder and forearm before collapsing away in shards that steamed where they touched the floor. His breathing was ragged. His right hand trembled violently. His left side felt carved hollow. Across from him, Bakugo stood amid the fading glow of his own attack, chest heaving, eyes sharp and furious and alive. Neither had fallen. The match could have continued, for a few more exchanges, maybe. A minute if they were stupid, but the score clock and condition metrics had already tipped. Aizawa raised a hand. Enough. The word cut through everything. Bakugo's mouth tightened in immediate protest. Izuku almost swayed where he stood. The arena systems powered down to a lower hum. Behind the barrier, the class exhaled all at once, as if they had forgotten breathing was permitted. Aizawa checked the final reads without visible emotion. "Winner," he said. "Bakugo, points." No one argued. Bakugo had won not by domination, not by embarrassment. By forcing the harder pace, by breaking the zone, by pushing the fight to the edge where Izuku's refusal mattered. The walk to Recovery Girl's office happened in a weird half-silence. Bakugo went because Aizawa told him to. Izuku went because his body had clearly stopped believing rest was optional. The corridor lights felt too bright. The post-fight adrenaline crash left every injury louder than it had been in the moment. Recovery Girl took one look at them and sighed in the particular tone of a professional who had seen teenagers transform learning opportunities into emergency paperwork often enough to lose faith in evolution. "Beds," she ordered. They obeyed. That was how tired they were. The room smelled like antiseptic, warm compresses, and medicinal disappointment. Recovery Girl checked Bakugo first, muttering about overuse strain and shoulder compression, then moved to Izuku and made an annoyed clicking sound when she saw the extent of the thermal stress markers. "You built a defensive shell that close to maximum blast?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am. You're lucky your circulation didn't seize." He didn't answer. She narrowed her eyes at him, then at Bakugo on the next bed. "And you, if this was your version of measurement, I dislike your methodology." Bakugo looked at the ceiling. "Got the data." Recovery Girl made a noise usually associated with disapproving grandparents and retired assassins. After treatment, silence settled, not comfortable, not hostile, just the exhausted neutrality of two people too drained to maintain unnecessary posture. Izuku stared at the fluorescent light above him. Bakugo stared at the ceiling too. Neither moved for a while, then Bakugo spoke. "If you'd used both," he said, "I lose." No hedging, no bravado, just a fact presented the way he had probably been building toward the whole match. Izuku turned his head slowly on the pillow. Bakugo did not look at him. "Why didn't you?" Bakugo asked. There it was, the real question, not who had won, not whether the zone worked, not whether flicker point had improved. "Why didn't you?" Izuku looked back at the ceiling. "Because I was afraid," he thought first. Then, because that was true but incomplete, he kept going inward until the sentence sharpened. "Because I don't know if I survive it yet." That was the answer he gave aloud, quietly, honestly. Bakugo was silent for a beat, then another. Then he said, still staring upward, "So figure it out." Izuku did not respond immediately. Bakugo's voice stayed low, stripped of theatrics by fatigue. "Figure it out before somebody who actually wants to kill you makes you do it on their schedule." The room went very still. Recovery Girl was in the other section behind a curtain, speaking to an assistant in hushed, practical tones. The machines hummed softly. Outside the office, distant school sounds went on being a school. Inside, the sentence settled like iron. Because Bakugo was right in the specific terrible way he usually was when he cut closest to the bone. A villain would not care whether Izuku had emotionally reconciled his inheritance. A villain would not pause to respect the moral elegance of partial mastery. A villain would create a situation where civilians died unless he crossed a line he had not prepared to cross. And if that happened before he understood the line technically, physically, psychologically, then the choice would no longer be his. Bakugo turned his head at last and looked at him directly, not soft, not kind, something more severe than either. "I'm not saying go stupid," he said. "I'm saying stop acting like not knowing is safer." Then he looked away again, conversation over by his own rules. Izuku lay there feeling as though the fight had somehow continued, just in a different arena. Because that was what Bakugo did when he cared in the only language he trusted. He cornered, forced clarity, refused euphemism, demanded that weakness either become structure or get out of the way. Hours later, back in his dorm room, Izuku sat at his desk with both hands wrapped and his whole body carrying the low, deep ache of overuse. The room was dim except for the lamp. Outside, the city had already gone to evening. Inside, the notebook lay open to a blank page waiting with almost insulting calm. He wrote the header first. Bakugo match post-evaluation, then he stopped. Not because he lacked observations, because he had too many. Howitzer impact opener successfully blunted by thermal zoning. AP shot chain still extremely dangerous inside reduced efficiency environment. Flicker point timing variation effective, but insufficient once Bakugo adapts at close range. Steam screen viable as disruption, not defense. Large-scale zone maintenance unsustainable under prolonged, overwhelming heat pressure. Emergency ice shell capable of surviving one near maximum blast at severe strain cost. All true, all useful. None of them the real point. He turned the page instead and began again. At the top, in darker pressure, "What happens if I don't hold back?" He stared at the sentence. Then he wrote beneath it until the page filled temperature thresholds. Known injury patterns, recovery girls' warnings, prior accidental dual-channel incidents, possible sequence conditions, estimated cardiovascular stress, breath regulation requirements, theoretical external vs internal overlap models, failure scenarios, best-case assumptions, worst-case medical outcomes. One page became 2, then 3. At the bottom of the third page, after columns of calculations and crossed-out possibilities and a rough sketch of the body's thermal pathways as he understood them, he wrote one final underlined sentence: "The only way to know is to try." He set the pen down after that and let both hands rest on the desk. Not tomorrow, he thought, not recklessly. Not because Bakugo had needled him into proving something, but yes, the line existed, and his fear of it no longer felt like moral caution. It felt like unfinished preparation. Across the hall, somebody laughed at something in the common room. A door closed. Water ran briefly through old dorm plumbing. Life at UA continued in all its ordinary student ways, absurdly unchanged by the fact that in one small room, a first-year hero trainee had just admitted to himself that the central mystery of his body could no longer remain theoretical. Izuku leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. The match replayed behind them anyway, Bakugo's opener, the zone holding steam and frost and orange light, the final explosion. The split second where both channels inside him had surged toward each other and he had chosen the safer wall instead. He opened his eyes again. On the desk, the notebook remained where he had left it. He looked at the line once more. "The only way to know is to try," not a declaration of courage, not yet, a statement of necessity. The ceiling was visible now. Bakugo had been right about that too. Visible not as some glorious future shape, but as a pressure point waiting for crisis to choose whether it became breakthrough or catastrophe. Izuku preferred, deeply and stubbornly, for it to be neither. He wanted understanding, control, language, his own terms. And if the next chapter of that understanding required stepping toward the most dangerous question his Quirk had been asking since childhood, then the only real choice left was whether he approached it deliberately or let the world force the timing later. For the first time, the answer to that part felt simple. Deliberately, he closed the notebook at last, careful not to smudge the still dark ink, and whispered into the quiet room, "Before someone else makes me." Then he turned off the lamp. The room went dark. The sentence remained. Chapter 6. The League comes calling. The weeks after the Bakugo match changed something subtle and dangerous in Izuku, not confidence. Confidence would have implied resolution. This was narrower than that. Harder, more like alignment. Before, the central fear in his life had always been vague enough to hide behind general caution. His body was unstable. His power had rules. The doctor had warned him young. Recovery Girl had added new warnings later. Aizawa had named the moral confusion tangled around his fire. Todoroki had named the cowardice hidden inside some forms of restraint. Bakugo had dragged the real question into daylight. What happens if I don't hold back? That question had shape now, and once a fear has shape, it becomes harder to worship and easier to study. So Izuku studied, not recklessly, not in secret defiance of medical instruction. Deliberately, he started with breathing. That sounded small, almost stupidly so, compared to the scale of the thing he was trying to approach. But every time his body had suffered the worst thermal conflicts, there had been panic somewhere near the center of the event. Panic accelerated circulation unevenly. Panic made fire spike ugly and ice respond like a reflex hammer instead of a tool. Panic was not the sole cause of disaster, but it was often the hand pushing disaster through a half-open door, so he learned to breathe under duress. slow inhalation when his pulse wanted sprint rhythm, measured exhale when heat built in the right side of his chest, controlled recovery between bursts of motion. He practiced until Recovery Girl, watching one of the monitored training sessions, gave him a narrowed look and said, "You've stopped treating your body like an ambush site." He wasn't sure whether that counted as praise. He took it anyway. Then he studied timing. The theory was simple and terrible. If simultaneous dual-channel activation at meaningful output was going to kill him, it would likely do so because both systems reached full conflict faster than his body could distribute the shock. But if there existed some narrow threshold where the channels could oppose each other without immediate collapse, then the interval between their rise states mattered. Too slow, and one overwhelmed the other before balance emerged. Too fast, and the body might interpret the whole event as trauma and seize. The window, if it existed, would be tiny. He wrote page after page trying to estimate it, milliseconds between ignition and suppression, projected vascular stress profiles, cold rebound timing after high output fire, localized vs full body engagement, difference between external overlapping release and genuine simultaneous internal routing. Most of the pages ended with the same conclusion, unknown. Still too dangerous to live test meaningfully. That should have been enough to stop him. It did not. Because Bakugo's words stayed lodged where comfortable excuses used to sit. Figure it out before someone who actually wants to kill you makes you do it on their schedule. The possibility of forced timing haunted all his calculations. Not in an abstract, someday villains exist way. In a specific, increasingly intimate way. He was a UA student. He had already drawn public attention. The sports festival had made him visible. The work-study incident had made him legible. Whatever protection obscurity once offered was gone. He knew that. He just didn't know how soon the world intended to collect on it. The answer arrived during a mid-level villain incident on a gray afternoon that had begun with paperwork. That was always how danger arrived at UA. Izuku realized, not with storm music, with routine. A joint urban response training block had been folded into a real emergency support rotation because the city was stretched thin that day. Nothing catastrophic, no Namu attack, no citywide panic. Just a cluster of simultaneous small incidents that forced agencies and police to redistribute assets faster than usual. UA students were not being sent to frontline combat, only support adjacent evacuation and containment under supervision. Standard protocol, careful oversight, limited exposure. Which meant, in practical terms, that the adults believed it would be safe enough to let future heroes see logistics under mild real-world pressure. That belief held for 31 minutes. The evacuation site was a shopping district side street 2 wards away from the main arterial road. Half-collapsed scaffolding from an unfinished renovation project had already made the area awkward before the villain incident began. Add frightened civilians, 1 damaged bus, a burst water main, and smoke from a nearby electrical fire caused by panicked Quirk misuse, and the whole block had become a geometry problem with screaming. Class 1 had been split into individual response units to cover different corridors and assist licensed pros already managing the broader scene. Izuku ended up alone near the rear service lane behind a pharmacy and a small family cafe, shepherding 3 civilians into partial cover behind a collapsed delivery barrier while waiting for a pro-hero to reach his position. 2 of the civilians were adults. The third was a little girl clutching a backpack, covered in cartoon rabbits so hard the zipper teeth had left small marks in her fingers. "It's okay," Izuku told them, even though he had learned long ago that okay was less a fact in emergencies than a shape people borrowed until better information arrived. "Stay low. Help is already moving through the north route." One of the adults, an older man with blood on his temple from some earlier fall, nodded shakily. The woman beside him kept looking toward the street corner they had fled from as though fear could become less true if she stared it down directly enough. Izuku checked the lane again. Smoke drifted in ugly strips between the buildings. Sirens somewhere beyond the block. The metallic crack of distant impact, not close enough to count as immediate threat, not far enough to ignore. He lowered the local temperature by a few degrees without thinking, just enough to thin the smoke density around the civilians and make the air marginally easier to breathe. The little girl looked up at him. "Did you do that?" He offered the best reassuring smile he could manage. "A little." She nodded like that made perfect sense and squeezed the rabbit backpack tighter. Then the alley mouth darkened. At first Izuku thought the shadow came from smoke. Then blue fire touched the wall. Not a burst, a brush. A lazy, obscene line of color across brick so hot it should not have belonged to any ordinary combustion. It illuminated the alley in a tone too beautiful to be trusted and immediately wrong enough that every muscle in Izuku's body went rigid before his conscious mind finished naming it. Dabai stepped into view like the air itself had decided to become hostile. He did not arrive dramatically. That was the worst part. No roar, no shouted declaration. Just a man walking into a narrow space already harmed by other people's panic, wearing that ruinous stitched composure of his like he had never once confused cruelty for effort. His blue flames licked at one hand. From the opposite angle, a second figure slipped lightly down from a fire escape and landed on the bent frame of a toppled bicycle rack with almost playful grace. Toga smiled. The configuration clicked all at once, not random, not opportunistic, chosen. Izuku felt it like cold water down the spine. 3 civilians behind him, limited maneuvering room, smoke, broken terrain. 2 League members approaching from different vectors, a support route too far to reach without crossing open kill lines. Someone had studied his habits, not in general, specifically. Dabai looked past him toward the civilians, then back again, eyes half-lidded with the bored interest of someone inspecting an object that might be more useful broken than intact. "There you are," he said. His voice carried no effort, no adrenaline. That made it worse. Toga tilted her head. "Owa. He really does look cuter up close." Izuku shifted half a step, enough to cover more of the civilians with his body without fully telegraphing how much that mattered. That made Dabai's mouth curve very slightly. "Yes," the expression said. "There it is. Exactly what we came to confirm." Izuku's heart started hammering, but the weeks of breathing drills saved him from letting the panic own the rhythm completely. In through the nose. Hold out slower than the fear wants. "Stay behind me," he said quietly to the civilians. Dabai's gaze sharpened, amused. "See that? That's why Shigaraki likes you on paper." There was no time to ask what else Shigaraki liked on paper. Toga came first, not because she was the larger threat. Because Dabai wanted to make the lane move in a way that forced Izuku to spend attention sideways before the main pressure arrived. Toga's knife flashed once in the gray light, not aimed to kill. Izuku realized immediately, but to harass movement and provoke reaction. She moved like a bad idea given elbows and joy. Izuku dropped a narrow thermal zone between her landing route and the civilians, turning the broken pavement slick in a defined crescent. Toga's next step skidded just enough to spoil the angle she wanted. She laughed like that improved the game. "Ooh, cold!" Dabai raised a hand. Blue flame rolled forward in a shallow arc. Izuku had expected heat. He had not expected the violence of its presence. Endeavor's fire felt like controlled pressure, like a furnace given ethics and purpose. This was different. Dabai's blue flame seemed to hate the air it moved through. It devoured oxygen with a starving kind of elegance, burning hot enough that the edges of objects near it looked briefly unreal. Izuku threw up a full thermal zone on instinct. The alley temperature crashed hard. Frost leapt across the collapsed barrier, the wall pipes, the buckled cafe sign above them. The civilians behind him gasped as their breath turned white. Blue met white. The lane became a physics argument. For 40 seconds, that was the whole fight. Dabai's blue flame sustained at a temperature no first year should have been expected to resist cleanly. Izuku's zone dragged the ambient field down toward the lowest end of what his body could project without immediate self-collapse. Steam burst in ragged veils where the temperature fronts collided. Ice feathered across surfaces only to vanish under fresh waves of heat and return again at the margins like stubborn thought. Toga darted at the edges of it all, testing seams, looking for an opening around the central thermodynamic war. Izuku held the line, not beautifully, not comfortably. But he held, and in holding he understood something terrible. Dabai wasn't trying to overwhelm the zone immediately, he was reading it, watching what it cost. How Izuku's shoulders tightened when the left side output climbed. How often his right hand twitched toward fire and then stopped. How his stance adjusted automatically to preserve civilian cover even when it sacrificed cleaner movement. Dabai saw all of it. The realization came with the next wave of blue flame, not larger, sharper. Dabai had found a better angle. Izuku compensated, exhaling hard as he deepened the cold field around the civilians and narrowed the main corridor into a kill lane too unstable for Toga to cross cleanly. Dabai laughed softly. Then he spoke, mid-combat, as if the flames between them were just weather and conversation had every right to share the space. "We're the same, you know." Izuku almost answered on reflex. "Didn't, good." Dabai continued anyway, voice drifting through steam and temperature violence with unbearable calm. "You carry fire that was never meant for you," he said. "From a bloodline that treats its children like fuel." Toga balanced on the rim of a collapsed trash bin, smiling at the sound of his voice the way some people smiled at music they already knew. "The difference," Dabai said, "is that I stopped pretending there was something noble about it." Blue flame surged. Izuku bent the zone against it with a sharp downward gesture and felt cold pain lance deep into his left forearm. Dabai's eyes burned brighter than the fire around him. "You still think," he said, "that if you use it the right way it stops being what it is. It doesn't. It's always going to be Endeavor's fire. The only question is whose hands hold it." The words hit harder than the heat, not because they were wholly true, because they were built from recognizable fragments of truth arranged into a weapon. That was what made villains like Dabai so dangerous. Not just power, interpretation. The ability to find a wound already under tension and offer it a philosophy cruel enough to sound like clarity. Izuku answered with ice, not because he had no words. Because words would have come slower than the zone tightening around his lungs, and the civilians' shrinking safe space behind him. He expanded the cold field in a brutal pulse, forcing the alley temperature low enough that even the scorched brick around Dabai frosted at the edges between bursts of blue flame. Toga hissed in surprise as the metal beneath her feet turned slick. The woman behind Izuku gasped at the sudden cut of cold, but she stayed down, one arm around the little girl's shoulders. The air screamed. That was the only word for it. At 2,000 degrees C, against a cold field approaching the ugliest edge of Izuku's output, the fight stopped resembling ordinary hero combat and started resembling two environmental disasters trying to coexist inside a space too small for one of them. Steam became visibility hazard and cover. Water from the burst main in the next lane flash froze along one wall and then shattered under passing heat. Izuku's skin felt too tight. His pulse was climbing despite the breathing discipline. Dabai saw it. Of course he did. And because the League had chosen the configuration carefully, the real pressure arrived exactly when Izuku's balance was worst. Toga slipped through the steam, not past the main zone. Around a seam where Izuku had kept the civilians' immediate ground just slightly less slick so they could move if told. Clever, fast, predictable only in retrospect. Izuku caught the motion at the edge of vision and pivoted, but pivoting meant the zone's main concentration shifted for one fatal instant. That was enough. Dabai's next burst punched deeper into the lane than any previous one. The older man behind Izuku cried out as heat washed the barrier. The little girl screamed. The woman tried to shield both of them and nearly lost her footing on the cold, slick concrete. There it was. The shape Bakugo had warned him about, not a laboratory decision, not an academic threshold. A villain-created moment where civilians died unless he crossed the line on somebody else's schedule. Izuku's mind went very calm. That, more than panic, frightened him later. Because somewhere beneath fear and training, and every warning he had ever received, another part of him had apparently been preparing for this exact geometry all along. He saw the problem clearly. Thermal zoning alone would not hold Dabai much longer. Hellfire alone would create the output needed to disrupt the blue flame surge. But doing so at this angle with civilians directly behind partial cover would risk blowback and fail to stop Toga's lateral pressure. Ice alone could preserve the civilians for another breath or two, maybe, but not reverse the fight. He needed both, not alternating, not external offset trickery like steam screen, both at once. The old terror rose inside him with absolute precision. Heart, lungs, hands, doctor's office. Recovery girl's warnings. Every bandaged hand, every half-frozen night. Every page in the notebook where the central unknown had ended with still too dangerous. His body knew the fear so well it almost mistook it for instruction. Don't. But behind him, the little girl made a sound too small and raw to belong in any argument about theoretical risk. Izuku opened both channels. The sensation did not resemble anything he had previously lived through. Fire surged up the right side with all the familiar violent readiness of a storm released too close to bone. Ice answered from the left not as separate reaction, but as equal declaration. For the first instant, he thought every warning had been correct, and this was simply what organ failure felt like before language caught up. Internal temperature war, cardiovascular spike. White glare at the edges of vision, pain. Yes, but stranger than pain. As if his body had become an argument so intense it was forgetting to stay flesh. Dabai's eyes widened the smallest measurable amount. Toga froze mid-step. The two channels collided inside Izuku exactly where his whole life had taught him they must destroy each other. They didn't, not immediately. They reached for mutual annihilation and found, instead, compression. That was the only word big enough, not cancellation, pressure. Between the opposing extremes, somewhere along the impossible boundary where combustion debris, rapid freeze cycling, and thermal contradiction all met inside a system never designed to host them. Something formed. Izuku felt it before he saw it. A dense wrong texture across his palms. Cold. Also burning. His right hand carried frost at the knuckles with embers beneath it. His left hand shimmered with dark heat under a skin of crystalline chill. Along the line where both outputs now met, black matter spread in fragile plates and particles, as if ash had been frozen mid-collapse and taught to hold shape. The sight stole a breath from him even inside the crisis. No name, no theory, just impossible evidence. Dabai reacted first. Blue flame snapped forward hard, not in mockery anymore, but in genuine calculation sharpened by surprise. Izuku moved on instinct. He thrust both hands down and forward. The result was not fire, not ice. A black-edged wave of compressed frost, ash, and hidden heat burst across the alley floor in a low, violent bloom. It swallowed the seam Toga had been exploiting, flash coating the ground in a dark crystalline layer that looked like frozen volcanic glass dusted in white. At the point of contact, Toga yelped and kicked backward, knife hand spared only because she had the instincts to abandon the route a fraction before impact. Dabai's blue flame struck the advancing layer. For one breathtaking second, the alley became silent. Then the black frost did something neither of them expected. It did not melt cleanly. It absorbed. Conducted. Held. Its surface remained cold enough to confuse the eye while subsurface heat radiated through it in strange, delayed pulses, throwing Dabai's temperature read on the field into chaos. Steam did not bloom where it should have. The thermal signature went wrong. Dabai stepped back. That mattered more than any shouted victory would have, not retreat from fear, retreat from incomplete information. Izuku saw that immediately because he was doing the same thing internally. He had no idea what he had made. He only knew his body had not collapsed yet. The civilians were still alive, and the material spreading from his hands was the first true answer his life had ever given to the question of what happened if both channels failed to destroy each other. Toga recovered with visible irritation. "That's new." "Yes," Dabai said, eyes never leaving Izuku's hands. "It is." The fight did not end there, it sharpened. Dabai, now serious in a way that stripped the lazy amusement off him, launched a concentrated flame line high to collapse the cafe sign above Izuku's cover point. A classic villain angle. If you cannot break the defender directly, break the geometry protecting what he values. Izuku responded before conscious thought. The black frost, no, not frost. Not exactly spread up the shattered signpost in branching dark veins, flash ceiling fractures long enough for the falling metal to lose lethal velocity and slam instead into the barrier's far side rather than onto the civilians. The impact still shook the lane. Dust and plaster rained down. The older man cried out again, but they lived. Izuku's knees almost buckled. The cost had arrived. Now that both channels were open, his body was not in stable balance. It was in negotiated crisis. Heart rate too high, blood vessels screaming, vision tunneling at the edges. Every controlled breath felt like he was inhaling through the aftermath of a lightning strike. But the channels were still talking to each other, still compressing, still making the black matter. Dabai saw the instability. The obvious villain answer would have been to push for the kill right there. He didn't, because Dabai had already gotten something more valuable than a corpse: data. That was what made the next 30 seconds so eerie. He attacked, yes, but with the exact measured aggression of someone confirming parameters rather than chasing immediate finish. Blue flame at varied intensities, range testing, attempts to force more material production, angles designed to see whether the black frost responded better as barrier, field, or projection. Shigaraki wants the file complete. Izuku realized suddenly. The thought hit like fresh cold. This wasn't random harassment. This was observation through violence. The League had not only targeted him. They had built a live experiment. Anger cut through the pain for the first time. Not because they were hurting him, because they had used civilians as measurement tools. Izuku planted his feet, ignoring the way the world tilted, and drove both hands outward in a wide cross-angle release. The alley answered. Black crystal, ash, and hidden heat burst into a storming front that tore through the steam between him and Dabai. Not large enough to engulf the whole lane, not controlled enough to qualify as a true named technique, but enough to force space open. The material hit the wall beside Dabai and spread in ragged branching scars, frosting the brick surface black-white while glowing faintly from within. Dabai dodged cleanly. Toga had to flip backward off the bike rack and land on the safer lip of a dumpster to avoid losing her footing again. More importantly, the civilians now had a lane. Northeast route, Izuku shouted without looking back. "Run when I say move," the woman behind him managed a strained, "understood." Dabai smiled then, but there was no humor in it. "There it is," he said softly. "You really were holding out." Izuku's answer came out rough from heat, cold, and fury all fighting for space in his lungs. "I said stay away from them." Toga giggled. "He's scarier now." For a heartbeat, Dabai looked almost pleased, not with Izuku, with the result. That was the instant Izuku understood he was not going to get a clean, heroic victory here. Not the sort where the villain was arrested, civilians safe, lesson learned. Dabai had seen enough, which meant his next decision would be based on value, not ego. The blue flame around his hand lowered a fraction, retreat calculus. Izuku saw it and hated how sure he was. Dabai looked at the black material still creeping over Izuku's palms and forearms in fragile plates and soot frost particles. Then, finally, he took a full step backward. "Good to know," he said. Toga pouted. "We're leaving already." "Yes." Owa, Dabai's gaze stayed on Izuku until the last second. "Tell yourself whatever helps, about where the fire comes from, about what it means." His mouth tilted in that dead, tired, almost smile again. "But now you know what happens when you stop lying to your own body." Then the lane behind him bloomed with blue fire hot enough to blind the eye for a moment. Smoke and flame distorted the space where he stood. Toga vanished into the confusion with delighted lightness. By the time the heat cleared enough for line of sight, they were gone, just like that. No final clash, no dramatic last charge, because they had gotten what they came for. Izuku stayed standing for maybe 3 seconds after the League disappeared. Then the channels began to collapse out of simultaneous alignment. The black frost on his hands thinned into drifting fragments. Fire flared wrong under the skin. Cold bit his left arm so hard it nearly vanished from sensation. His heartbeat kicked once, twice, ugly and uneven. He turned just enough to see the civilians, alive, the older man upright only because the woman and the barrier between them were both helping. The little girl crying silently now, still clutching the rabbit backpack. The northeast route open. "Go," Izuku said. The woman did not argue. She got the others moving. Good. He took one step after them to make sure they were clear. Then his knees gave. He hit the rubble-strewn ground hard, one hand catching on broken brick, the other leaving a dark, cold smear against the concrete where the strange material still half clung to his palm. Sirens were closer now. Shouts. Running footsteps. Pro-heroes finally breaking through the outer lane blockages. It all sounded far away. Izuku looked down at his hands, even as the simultaneous activation failed and the channels retreated back toward their old dangerous separation. Traces remained. The frost carried embers. The flame left black crystal dust where it touched the ground, on his skin. Something lingered that had no place in any Quirk manual he had ever read, cold to the touch. Radiating heat his nerves could feel but not map. His temperature sensors, if anyone checked them later, would probably hate him for what they were about to record. He laughed once. A tiny broken sound, not because anything was funny. Because he had spent years fearing the question, and now that the answer existed, it was stranger than fear had known how to imagine. A shadow fell across him, not Dabai. A real hero this time. One of the mid-tier response pros from the adjacent route, face tight with alarm as he took in the damage, the lingering black frost on the wall, the state of Izuku's hands. "Midoriya?" the pro shouted, dropping to one knee. "Can you hear me?" Izuku blinked up at him. "Yes," he said, though it came out like smoke. "Civilians? Safe," Izuku whispered. "Northeast route." The pro keyed his radio immediately. More movement, more voices, someone calling for medical, another voice swearing at the temperature anomalies on their readout. Izuku lowered his eyes again to the black crystalline residue forming and dissolving at his fingertips. Not hellfire, not glacial frost, something only made possible because both had finally failed to erase each other. No name yet, no understanding, but real. He knew, with the exhausted certainty of someone too hurt to lie to himself anymore, that whatever chapter came next in his life would begin here in this alley, in this kneeling aftermath. With the civilians alive and the villains gone, and his own hands no longer entirely recognizable to the story he had been telling about them until today. Before the medics reached him, before Yue was informed, before Recovery Girl would almost certainly find new and alarming ways to describe what he had done to himself, Izuku let himself look once more at the place where the black material had spread across the wall. It glimmered under the alley light like frozen shadow. Beautiful. Wrong. His. Then the world tilted harder, voices blurred, and the scene finally surrendered him to the next kind of crisis. Chapter 7, Obsidian Frost. The first thing Izuku became aware of was the smell, not antiseptic, not immediately burnt carbon, cold metal. Something sharp and sterile layered over both. Then came the pain, arriving in stages as if his body had filed complaints to be delivered only after consciousness returned. His chest felt tight. His left arm throbbed with deep cold ache under the skin. His right side burned in scattered lines. His heartbeat was present in an unpleasantly specific way, every pulse seeming to check whether he was still worth the effort. He opened his eyes. Yue Infirmary ceiling, white, too bright. Don't sit up yet. Recovery Girl's voice cut across his instincts before they could become movement. Izuku obeyed on reflex alone. The room was dimmed compared to full daylight, but still clinical enough to make no promises. Monitoring equipment sat near the bed. A rolling tray carried several disposable temperature sensors, used gauze, and what looked like the remains of two separate diagnostic kits someone had given up on arranging neatly. Recovery Girl stood at the foot of the bed with a tablet in one hand and the expression of a woman who had already exhausted 3 different versions of disappointment and was selecting a 4th. "You are," she said, "temporarily among my least favorite students." Izuku swallowed. "I'm sorry." "Yes, you are," she said. "And no, that does not fix anything." He closed his eyes for a second, then reopened them. "The civilians, alive." The word released something inside his chest so suddenly it almost hurt more than the injuries did. The pro on scene confirmed all 3 made it out. Recovery Girl said, "You bought them time and space. That part for the record was heroic." She looked down at the tablet. "What you did to yourself afterward was medically offensive." That sounded fair. Izuku tried to lift his right hand and discovered it was wrapped from palm to forearm in layered support gauze threaded with monitoring strips. His left arm wore a similar treatment, though thicker near the wrist and elbow. Recovery Girl noticed the movement and sighed. "Good. Curiosity still works. That means the nervous system is intact enough for me not to start yelling at the universe." She came closer, tablet tucked under one arm. "I'm going to explain what we know," she said. "Listen carefully, because I do not enjoy repeating myself when the subject is a student who used his circulatory system as a battlefield chemistry lab." Izuku went still. That was never a good opening sentence. "You did activate both channels simultaneously," she said. "At meaningful output. Far beyond your previous accidental overlaps. Under normal expectation, I would be discussing emergency intervention and long-term complications in a much uglier tone." He stared at her. "But," Recovery Girl continued, "something happened at the point of thermal conflict." Yes, Izuku thought. Something had, he could still feel it in memory. The impossible pressure. The black crystal ash texture on his skin. Cold that burned. Heat that refused to read correctly. Recovery Girl tapped the tablet, then turned it so he could see the thermal imaging frame paused on screen, his own hands. One frame from the alley. Normally, fire output would show in clean hot signatures. Ice projection would show obvious cold gradients. This image was wrong. The surface temperature of the material on his palms appeared near ambient in some sections, sharply cold in others, while the subsurface pattern beneath it pulsed with buried heat inconsistent with every ordinary thermal model UA used for Quirk injuries. "It isn't just residue," Recovery Girl said. "It's a byproduct." Izuku's throat felt dry. "From both." "Yes," her eyes narrowed. "Don't look pleased. You nearly stopped your own heart finding out." That also sounded fair. He looked at the scan again. Black grainy matter layered in thin plates across his palms and forearms, like ash had learned to freeze without stopping its memory of fire. "What is it?" he asked. Recovery Girl folded her arms. "That is the question. And before you ask the more reckless version of that question, no, you are not going back into the field until we understand enough to classify the immediate risk profile." Of course he wasn't. He had not actually been about to ask, not aloud at least. For the next 48 hours, UA treated him like a student, a hazard, and a research case in roughly equal proportions. Aizawa visited first. He did not come with flowers, sympathy, or dramatic concern. He came with the same tired expression he wore into homeroom and stood beside the bed like a man forced to acknowledge that one of his students had made things both worse and more interesting than paperwork preferred. "You're alive," he said. "Yes, sir." "That's useful." Izuku almost laughed, but the motion hurt. Aizawa's gaze flicked briefly to the monitors. "The civilians gave statements," he said. "All 3 confirm League presence, Dabai and Toga. They also confirm you held the line alone until evacuation became possible." Izuku nodded once. Aizawa studied him for a moment. "You were right," he said. Izuku blinked. About what? The question being bigger than restraint. Aizawa looked at the wrapped hands. Now it's a materials problem. Then, as if that counted as sufficient acknowledgement of a near-catastrophic breakthrough, he turned and left. Todoroki came later. He stood inside the infirmary doorway for a second before entering, as if giving the room one last chance to refuse him. Then he walked over and stopped beside the bed, hands in his pockets, face unreadable in the way only someone who had grown up translating pain into composure could manage. "I heard Dabai said things," Todoroki said. Izuku stared at the ceiling for a second. "That's one way to phrase it." Todoroki's mouth shifted by maybe half a degree. On him, that nearly counted as humor. Did you believe him? The question arrived cleanly, no softening, no moral essay, just the real issue. Izuku considered it. "Parts of what he said were built from things I was already afraid of," he admitted. "That's why it worked." Todoroki nodded once. Yes, there was no fake reassurance in that answer, and Izuku appreciated him for it more than he could say. Then Todoroki looked at the monitoring screen where one of the residue scans still hovered in standby display. "What you produced," he said quietly, "isn't my father's." Izuku turned his head. Todoroki's gaze stayed on the image. "That matters," he said. Then, apparently deciding he had used his lifetime allotment of emotionally direct statements for the week, he left. Bakugo did not visit immediately. That was also predictable. Bakugo was not the kind of person who came to infirmaries to ask if someone was okay, unless the phrase "are you dead" counted as concern. When he finally appeared 2 days later, he did so at a time when the room was otherwise empty except for monitoring equipment, and one deeply overworked materials specialist from the support department sorting samples into sealed containers. Bakugo ignored the specialist completely. He looked at Izuku, then at the bandages, then at the sample case holding 3 tiny black crystalline flakes suspended in clear analysis gel. "So you did it," he said, no greeting, no apology for the prediction in Chapter 5 becoming prophecy. Izuku looked back at him. "Apparently." Bakugo stepped closer to the case, eyes sharp. "That's what happened when both channels stabilized." "Not stabilized," Izuku said. "More like compressed." Bakugo's attention snapped to him. "Explain." Izuku almost said he didn't know enough yet. That would have been true. Instead, because Bakugo would hear cowardice in that phrasing even if none existed, he gave the more honest version. "They didn't cancel each other. I expected conflict, damage, maybe shutdown." He glanced toward the sample. Instead, it felt like the opposing outputs reached some kind of pressure point and made something in between. Bakugo stared at the black shards suspended in gel. Then he said, low and certain, "Good." Izuku frowned. "Good." Bakugo looked at him like the question itself was stupid. "Better than your body explodes and the story ends." That was, in Bakugo terms, almost optimism. He jerked his chin toward the case. "Figure out what it does before the next time." Then he left. Again, somehow that counted as support. The real work began once UA stopped treating the new material like a mystery to be politely admired, and started treating it like a problem that needed a repeatable definition. The support department materials specialist assigned to the case was a compact, sharp-eyed woman named Hoshina, who spoke about impossible substances with the same delight some people reserved for gossip or rare desserts. She did not care that Izuku was a first year. She cared that he had accidentally produced a third-state thermal byproduct that made standard sensors behave like offended liars. "That," Hoshina said on the first day she wheeled in a portable containment tray and 3 portable read modules, "is rude science." Izuku, propped upright now and cleared for light movement within the infirmary wing, looked at her blankly. She gestured emphatically at the sample. "Do you know how many support researchers go their entire careers without seeing an entirely new practical field material emerge from Quirk overlap? Most, almost all. This," she pointed again, more accusingly now, "this is either a breakthrough, a weapons platform, a medical disaster, or all 3. And frankly, I resent that it happened in an alley without supervision." Recovery Girl, seated nearby with all the patience of someone who had heard Hoshina talk before, said, "Please remember the child attached to the sample." Hoshina blinked. "Ah, right. Sorry, Midoriya." "It's okay," Izuku said automatically. "No, it isn't," Recovery Girl said, "but we proceed anyway." They began with the obvious findings. The material was partly composed of carbon ash byproducts from incomplete combustion under highly unusual Quirk conditions. That much Hoshina established quickly from its structural residue. But ordinary ash should not have held the density or shape this substance maintained, even briefly. The rapid freeze cycling seemed to compress and bind those particles into something denser, sharper, and more structurally stable than either normal fire debris or simple ice crystallization could explain. Its surface registered cold. Not universally, not perfectly, but enough that skin contact without protection produced immediate chill readings and, in one unfortunate support lab mishap, mild frost pain. Its subsurface, however, radiated hidden heat, not open flame heat. Buried thermal stress. Enough that the wrong strike angle caused sample flakes to shed hot particulate under a still cold outer shell. "That's disgusting," Hoshina said admiringly after one test run. "I mean that as science praise." It also explained why the alley residue had behaved so strangely against Dabai's flames. The surface was cold enough to alter immediate thermal interaction. The inside held compressed heat that did not present cleanly to standard infrared reads. A material that confused expectation at the point of contact. A material that, in essence, lied. Izuku looked down at the shard in the tray and felt something settle into place. A style built from limitation, a material born from contradiction. It fit too well to be comfortable. "What are you calling it?" Hoshina asked on the second day when it became obvious. Thermal compression byproduct type 3 was not going to survive more than one meeting. Izuku answered before he had fully meant to. "Obsidian frost." The room went quiet for one beat. Recovery Girl considered it. Hoshina grinned. "That's annoyingly good," she said. "We're keeping it." So it became Obsidian Frost. The name spread through the private notes first, then UA internal analysis, then the small circle of staff permitted access to the report. Black, cold, burned, sharp, honest in the same way a scar could be honest. Once he was cleared for supervised physical trials, the next stage began. This, more than the analysis, terrified him, because names are comforting. Mechanisms are comforting. Charts and definitions let the mind pretend it has tamed the danger. Replication exposes the lie. The trial space was smaller than the combat arena and lined with enough safety systems to make the room look offended by teenage ambition. Recovery Girl stood behind the glass with a medic team. Hoshina had 3 sensor feeds up and looked happier than should have been legal. Aizawa leaned against the far wall like a man refusing to appear invested in an event he had personally signed off on. Nezu had somehow acquired a seat too, paws folded, expression bright with the unnerving delight of a principal watching structured risk. Izuku stood in the center of the room with both hands open and every old fear awake again. Not because the last incident had been meaningless, because it had mattered too much. The alley had taken the choice away from abstraction. Now he had to choose the line deliberately and trust that deliberate action could do what desperation had done accidentally. He closed his eyes, breathed, not fire first, not ice first, preparation first, slow pulse, even stance. Weight balanced. Awareness of where panic liked to live inside his ribcage and how not to let it set the timing. Then he raised both hands. "Hoshina," Recovery Girl said over the comm, "if your enthusiasm causes him to rush, I will personally remove you from this room." Hoshina pressed the talk button. "My enthusiasm is perfectly responsible. You labeled a test canister forbidden rock candy. It was morale." Izuku almost smiled. The absurdity helped. He opened the right channel, heat gathered, not maximum. Controlled, then the left. Cold answered. The first overlap hurt, not catastrophic. just enough to remind him that no amount of scientific labeling could make this normal for a body never built for it. He narrowed the interval, adjusted. Let neither side surge too hard before the other arrived. Fire, ice, compression, nothing happened, then too much happened. The outputs destabilized, the heat running ahead by a fraction. Recovery girl barked, "Stop!" He cut both channels immediately. The pain was manageable. The disappointment was not. He stood there breathing hard, staring at his empty hands. Hashina's voice came through the calm. "Again, but faster on the ice suppression phase. You let the combustion waste disperse before the compression layer could form." Aizawa said, from somewhere outside the mic pickup. That was almost encouraging. It took 12 attempts over 3 days before he created the first stable controlled fragment. Hellfire ignition. Immediate glacial frost suppression. Cycle interval. Approximately 200 milliseconds. Fast enough that neither side fully consumed the local tissue before the other counteracted the rise state. Slow enough that the compression boundary actually formed instead of collapsing into pain and scattered temperature noise. A black edge appeared along his right palm, then spread in a thin plate over the release line, then flaked outward into the tray positioned below his hands. The entire room seemed to lean closer at once. Izuku stared, not because it was dramatic, because it was repeatable. The second fragment formed more cleanly. The third clung to his fingertips long enough for him to actually feel the texture-cold surface. Hidden heat, strange density like something denser than ice, but less uniform than stone. Hashina made a noise that sounded worryingly like delighted shrieking held under professional restraint. Recovery girl pinched the bridge of her nose. Aizawa from the wall said, "Name the production method before support department jargon makes it unbearable." Izuku swallowed. "Compression cycle," he said. Hashina hit the calm instantly. "Too generic, needs style," he thought for 1 second. Obsidian cycle. She considered that acceptable. So the process became the obsidian cycle. Over the next 2 weeks, he learned to produce more than fragments, not a lot, not without pain, not without risk, but enough to understand categories, projected shards, thin barriers. Coating along a movement line. Localized burst detonation when enough compressed material accumulated, then destabilized under force. It could be shaped, to a point. More importantly, it could lie to sensors and instincts alike. Surface cold disguised subsurface heat. Touch didn't immediately feel like ordinary burning or ordinary freezing, which meant contact produced delayed comprehension in opponents. Their body realized danger after the damage had already begun. That made it terrifying. It also made it tactically unique. There was no established counter-profile because there was no established precedent. Within current Hero Society records, Hashina said during one late-night review session, there is no clean analog. Endeavor's flash-fire fist is raw peak output combustion refinement. Todoroki's known applications are broad-spectrum thermal dominance. This is sneaky geology with homicide potential. Recovery girl, who had very specific views on wording, said, "You are describing a child's quirk." "I am describing the material," Hashina protested, poorly. Izuku sat at the table between them, exhausted and aching and unable to deny that both women were right in different ways. The cost remained real. Even controlled production of obsidian frost required threading a needle through a system his body still hated using this way. He could not spam it, could not carelessly layer it over every move. Every cycle demanded concentration, breath control, exact timing, and enough physical honesty to stop before the line between mastery and self-harm blurred. That limitation, he suspected, would remain for a long time. Good. A little fear belonged here. Then came the call, not from the League directly from the city, a train station, evacuated but structurally critical. Villain threat confirmed, frontline heroes delayed by multi-point distraction events elsewhere. Shigaraki himself on site according to early visual, UA. Support units on emergency reroute due to proximity. and the fact that half the city's hero infrastructure was already juggling the aftermath of too many coordinated smaller crimes. Coordinated. That word told Izuku everything he needed to know. The League was no longer testing whether he existed. They were shaping a battlefield around what they had learned. The station looked like the skeleton of panic by the time he arrived, platform signs hanging crooked, warning alarms pulsing red through the high glass roof. Escalators stopped, ticket gates half shattered. A long central hall stripped of crowds but not yet stripped of consequence. The kind of public infrastructure that kept a district alive by ordinary repetition, and therefore exactly the sort of place villains loved attacking when they wanted the city to feel its dependence. Shigaraki stood in the middle of the concourse like disease-given posture. No theatrics, no speech to cameras, just that unbearable stillness of a person who hated the world enough to study where it was load-bearing. Izuku entered from the west platform access, alone. Because backup was still minutes out, and minutes were a luxury villains selected against. Shigaraki looked up when he heard the footstep, then smiled, not warmly, not even with joy, a thin, cracking expression of vindicated irritation. "Midoriya," he said, like confirming the final piece of a schedule, so it really was about him. Some part of Izuku had known. Some part had hoped not. The station air felt stale, electrified, too quiet without commuters. Too large. Shigaraki flexed one hand once, fingers brushing the air just above the tile without quite touching it. "I wanted the complete profile," he said. "Dabai says you're interesting now." Izuku did not answer. He kept moving forward until there was enough distance between them to commit and enough room behind him for civilians to remain hypothetical rather than immediate. The station had been evacuated. That mattered. It did not make the place disposable. Steel supports, ticketing systems, platform integrity, rail junction controls. So much of a city's life depended on structures most people never learned to love until someone threatened them. Shigaraki tilted his head. "You're still thinking about what to save first." His grin widened. "That's useful." Then he touched the floor. Decay rippled outward. The tile did not simply break. It aged into ruin under his hand, fracture lines racing like diseased lightning across the concourse surface. Seats collapsed into powdering ruin. Support panels split. The station itself recoiled from him. Izuku moved. Flicker point took him off the first wave line. He landed on an intact section of railing base, kicked off, and dropped a thermal zone not to stop Shigaraki outright. It was too broad a phenomenon for that, but to alter the surface conditions around the advancing decay front. Buying fractional irregularities into a process that wanted clean contact chains. Shigaraki noticed immediately. "Good," he said. Of course he did. This fight was not about winning fast. It was about forcing reveal. Shigaraki rushed, not with the speed of Ida or Bakugo, but with the horrible directness of someone whose lethality made any successful touch a strategic event. Izuku met the advance with steam screen first, then flicker point to change angle, then a low obsidian cycle through both hands. The black material formed cleaner now, still painful, still costly, but obedient enough to matter. He cast it forward in a tight spiraling spread, not a wall, a weather front. Black ash frost particulate exploded into the concourse and turned the space between them into a storm of dark crystal, cold mist, and hidden radiant heat, black blizzard. The name came to him not as invention but recognition. This was what the technique had always wanted to be once the pieces existed. The storm-filled sight lines, coated surfaces, road air currents down the shattered station hall in a moving field of denial. Shigaraki plunged a hand through it with contempt, and the outer layer around him disintegrated into dead powder under decay. "Useless," he said. That was what the eye said too. The decay field broke the visible coating, but Izuku had not built Black Blizzard for visibility. That was the point. Every contact transferred cold, not ordinary cold. Obsidian frost cold, delayed, hidden, numb at first in the exact wrong way. Ash particulates clogged surface continuity. Black residue interrupted the clean skin to structure chain decay preferred. Shigaraki could destroy what he touched, yes, but each touch now fed the storm's secondary effect through the very mechanism he trusted most. He took 3 more steps. Then his left hand twitched, small, but real. Izuku saw it, so did Shigaraki. The villain looked down at his fingers. No obvious ice yet. No dramatic frost climbing the skin. Just the beginning contact numbness becoming tissue insult beneath the surface, because obsidian frost did not warn the body in the honest language ordinary cold used. It went quiet first. Shigaraki smiled wider. Not because he liked being hurt, because the result was interesting enough to make pain feel like confirmation. "There it is," he said softly. He drove his hand into a station support pillar and let decay race up the metal, trying to force the entire engagement area to punish Izuku's need to preserve infrastructure. The pillar screamed as it failed. Izuku answered with black blizzard at broader scale. The second wave filled the concourse in full. A moving cloud of ash, crystal, false cold, and buried heat that swarmed broken tile, wrapped railings, clung to crumbling support lines, and turned the station into a battleground where every contact lied. Shigaraki tore through part of it. But not cleanly. Each touch slowed him fractionally more. Each destroyed layer left another residue field beneath. The platform edge nearest him blackened with frost. The fingers of his right hand went visibly stiff on the next reach. Backup sirens sounded in the distance. Shigaraki heard them. So did Izuku. That was the clock. Shigaraki could keep forcing data and risk more damage to himself, or he could leave with the information already bought by Dabai's alley test and this station confrontation combined. His eyes met Izuku's through the storm. This, more than any shouted threat could have been, felt like acknowledgement, not friendship. Not respect in any human sense worth wanting, recognition of category, problem. Shigaraki flexed his hands once, and this time the frostbite was visible pale damage along the fingers, not dramatic but undeniable. "You're annoying now," he said. Then he stepped backward into the collapsing edge of his own ruined entry path. Decay covered the retreat lane in cascading failure, dropping sections of the already damaged concourse between them. Black blizzard chased through the dust and structural collapse, but Shigaraki had made the exit expensive enough that clean pursuit would have risked bringing half the station down on everyone. He chose retreat, not theatrical escape, not bragging, strategic withdrawal. By the time the first pro-heroes broke through the eastern access point, Shigaraki was gone. The station remained standing, barely. The infrastructure had taken damage. Serious damage. But the core transport lines were intact, the central support failure had been arrested, and the cascade into full structural collapse never happened. Which meant the city would keep moving tomorrow. That, in a crisis like this, counted as victory. Izuku stood in the black frost haze of his own technique as it settled slowly across ruined tile and broken signage. His breathing hurt. Every obsidian cycle had taken something. His hands trembled. His ribs ached. His legs felt a step behind his decisions, but he was still standing. And this time, unlike the alley, the new power had not arrived as desperate accident. He had used it, chosen it, named it. A pro-hero reached him first, looked around the concourse, took in the black residue coating half the station hall, and said the single funniest possible thing under the circumstances. "What did you do?" Izuku, too tired for elegance, answered honestly. "I'm still figuring that out." The aftermath arrived in waves. Reports, medical checks, structural engineers swarming the station and arguing over whether the black residue had helped preserve certain fracture lines or merely postponed worse failure. Recovery girl ordering him back to UA, with the exact tone people used when they were too angry to speak louder. The Hero Commission clearing prior speculation files permanently in cold bureaucratic language after it became impossible to frame him as rumor instead of operational fact. And, inevitably, messages. Most were from classmates. Kirishima. Dude, are you alive? You're Araka. Please tell me recovery girl has you resting Ida. We are all awaiting confirmation of your condition. Bakugo, characteristically, sent nothing. Todoroki sent one line. I saw the station footage. It's yours. Izuku read that message 3 times before putting the phone down. Then came the one message he did not know what to do with. Endeavour, no assistant, no agency header. Direct. I want to understand what you produced from the lineage you were given, nothing else. No apology, no demand. No justification, just that. Izuku stared at the screen for a long time. He did not answer, not out of theatrical defiance. Not because he thought silence itself was a moral victory. Simply because the sentence irritated something deep and tired in him, the lineage you were given. True enough in a technical sense. But incomplete in the way all bloodline statements were incomplete when they tried to explain effort afterward. Endeavour had not built flicker point, had not invented thermal zoning, had not sat in a dark room with burned hands and frost-damaged fingers, asking what kind of fighting style could grow from limitation without becoming surrender, had not stood in an alley choosing civilians over fear, had not bled through the obsidian cycle until a third state material answered him out of pressure and contradiction. Hellfire might have arrived through blood. Obsidian frost had not. Izuku locked the phone and set it face down on his desk. He did not reply that night, maybe not ever. The final evening of the story arrived quietly. No alarms, no reporters, no training sirens, just UA dorm light going warm as the sun dropped and the city outside turning itself into layers of reflected gold and electric blue. Izuku sat at his desk in his room with the notebook open. The same notebook line he had carried since the entrance exam was there on an early page, waiting across all the chapters that had followed. What is my fighting style? The desk around it looked like evidence of an entire private war. Old pages on Hellfire thresholds. Ice control notes. Flicker point timing logs, thermal zoning diagrams, steam screen corrections, obsidian cycle failure intervals. Material sketches labeled Obsidian Frost in increasingly steadier handwriting. The lamp cast a small circle over the page. His right hand rested on the desk, scars of overuse not dramatic but real. His left hand lay beside it, stronger now, steadier, no longer a refuge separate from the rest of him. He looked at the old question for a very long time. Then he picked up the pen. Outside his window, the city kept moving. Trains, cars, people going home. Other heroes on other streets living their own unfinished stories. Somewhere beyond that, villains were regrouping. Somewhere else, institutions were updating files and pretending paperwork explained causality. Inside the room, none of that mattered for one quiet minute. Izuku wrote beneath the question, I found my own language. He stopped there, read it once, then again. No dramatic revelation followed. No sudden orchestral certainty. Just a strange, deep steadiness that felt less like triumph than alignment. Because that was the truth of it. Not that he had solved everything. Not that the costs were gone. Not that Obsidian Frost had made him invincible or morally pure or free from the burden of every fight still ahead. Only this. He was no longer trying to become All Might. No longer trying to outrun Endeavor's shadow by pretending fire itself had no history. No longer pretending ice was virtue and flame was guilt. No longer waiting for the world to define what his contradiction meant. He had built a style from limitation, a weapon from opposition, a language from a body that had once felt like 2 incompatible disasters sharing one skin, and now the language answered back. He closed the notebook gently, set the pen down, then leaned back in the chair and let the quiet fill the room. On the desk, the last written page remained there in the lamplight. I found my own language, for the first time in a very long time that felt like enough.